Welcome, everyone. We're going to go ahead and begin our meeting, so we'll ask you to go ahead and grab a seat and come to order. And we'll come back to order with a roll call from our city clerk, Kathy Valdez.
The record shall reflect that all members are present.
We'll ask our city attorney, Walter Chung, to bring us out of closed session.
The City Council took no reportable action in tonight's closed session and no reportable action in its November 8th special closed session.
Deputy Mayor Contreras is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight.
Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we're honored to have Pastor Chuck Marino with us tonight from North Hills Baptist Church, who's going to give us our invocation this evening. Thanks for being with us, Pastor.
Thank you. Father in heaven, we come before you, first of all, with grateful hearts. Lord, I thank you personally that we are able to be part of this city, the great city of Vista. Lord, I thank you for leading us to this city in February. Lord, I ask that you would please help us to continue to make our city better. Lord, I thank you for the folks who serve on the city council. Lord, I thank you that you help guide them and direct them as they lead our city. Lord, I ask that tonight as we make decisions and hear about various aspects of our city, that you would give us wisdom. Lord, that you would help us to know what is best to lead our city to bigger and greater things. Lord, most importantly, we thank you for your Son, Jesus Christ. We thank you that he gives us a reason to be here. We ask that you would please bless this meeting and keep us safe. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. And now our city clerk, Kathy Valdez, has a statement on procedural items.
Thank you, Mayor. In accordance with the Brown Act, I'd like to announce that as a result of convening simultaneous meetings, the members of the Buena Sanitation District will receive compensation of $147.75 for the district meeting pursuant to Buena Sanitation District Ordinance 2006-1. I would like to remind everyone that the Vista Municipal Code requires members of the public to observe order and decorum at the meeting and to conduct themselves in a courteous manner. The ordinance was adopted to allow for public input and facilitate city business without disruption of the meeting. Applause is appropriate for items listed under the presentation section of the agenda only. Students wishing to receive credit for attending this evening's meeting must stay for a minimum of 1 hour. However, we ask that you stay for the completion of an item rather than leaving in the middle of a discussion. When you are ready to leave, you may ask one of the staff members at the back of the room to sign your paper. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you'd like to speak on an item on the agenda this evening, please fill out a speaker slip with the number of the item that you'd like to speak on and give it to the clerk, secretary, staff here at the dais. Speaker slips are available on the table just outside the council chambers through the main doors. For members of the public that are participating via Zoom, you may use the raise your hand feature to indicate you'd like to speak, or by pressing *9 on your phone. We'll announce when to raise your hand to indicate that you'd like to make a comment on the specific item being discussed. Speakers will each have 3 minutes to address the city council. And we'll go to our city manager, John Conley, for approval of tonight's agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. There are no changes to this evening's agenda.
We have 3 presentations this evening, so I'd like to invite my fellow council members to join me at the lectern for those presentations. Okay. Okay. Our first presentation this evening is a proclamation declaring November 14th through the 20th as United Against Hate Week in the city of Vista. And this proclamation reads as follows. Whereas the United States is a nation of immigrants whose strength comes from its diversity, and the Constitution enshrines equality of all individuals, regardless of race, gender, orientation, religion, or political views. And whereas there is an ongoing escalation of hate speech that encourages the propagation of racist, xenophobic, anti-Semitic, anti-Asian, anti-Black, sexist, homophobic, Islamophobic, and other bigoted views by emboldened hate groups and individuals, and whereas deep divisions within our country are the result of extremist ideology, further strengthening a cycle of mistrust and suspicion fueled by fear, anxiety, and insecurity, the number of hate crimes has increased across the United States dramatically over the past 6 years, whereas the city of Vista is dedicated to preventing and opposing hate and intolerance, and education, compassion, and cooperation are key to unlocking, understanding, and embracing differences between people. And whereas Vista joins dozens of other communities in California in the first statewide United Against Hate Week as an important step in bridging divisions and strengthening our communities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and the members of the Vista City Council hereby proclaim enthusiastic support of the San Diego's United Against Hate Week activities throughout San Diego County, November 14th through the 20th, 2023, and every day beyond. And Yusuf Miller had requested to be heard on this item. Yusuf, we're going to allow you at this time if you want to come forward and speak.
Thank you. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, thank you for accepting and voting on this proclamation. As you know, and we all know, that every city has its problems, and these problems are throughout the nation. But we have to take responsibility and accept the knowledge that these are happening here in San Diego County and here in Vista as well, especially when it comes to political cycles. We see an increase in spikes in racism. We see it at the border. We see it at issues in San Diego County. The highest race that's affected by racism and bigotry is the African American community. The highest religion is anti-Semitism. And in this current crisis, the increase of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia is on the rise. So we want to keep our eye on these things, and this is a firm stance in supporting that we all can do this together, and we have to do it together. There's no other way. So thank you for your vote of confidence in our committee, the United Against Hate Week, and the San Diego County Anti-Hate Crimes Coalition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Are you receiving this on behalf of the coalition? Yes. All right, very good. You want to take a picture with us?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for being here. Yeah. All right. Why don't we all take a step forward and we'll take a photograph together. All right, our second proclamation declares November 15th, 2023 as America Recycles Day in the city of Vista. And this proclamation reads, whereas America Recycles Day, part of National Keep America Beautiful program, is a national observance which occurs each year on November 15th and dedicated to raising awareness and recognizing the importance of recycling. And whereas the city of Vista recognizes the benefits of recycling and the need to reduce waste and protect and preserve our natural resources, and whereas by participating in the America's Recycles Day, the city hopes to engage the community in recycling activities to promote a safe and healthy environment. And the city provides recycling bins at all facilities where the city's waste haulers provide at least one recycling bin to residents free of charge to ensure all citizens have the ability to recycle. And whereas recycling requirements are integrated into the city's municipal codes related to sewer, stormwater, construction, and to divert waste, and city council policy encourages the purchasing and use of recycled products and materials. And whereas on America Recycles Days, the city renews its commitment to reducing, reusing, and recycling and keeping Vista beautiful and being responsible stewards of our environment. Now, therefore, the mayor and the members of the city council do hereby proclaim Wednesday, November 15th as America Recycles Day in the city of Vista. That is tomorrow. Yes. All right. Are you here to accept this? Well, thank you very much. All right. Okay.
Recycling's the best.
It is the
Thank
best.
you. Yeah, come on up this way. We'll take a picture. Okay, and finally, we're honored to have our Vista Citizens Academy graduates with us tonight who just received their certificates of graduation from the Citizens Academy. And we'd like to invite them to come on down, and I'm going to read your names while you're coming up, and we'd like to invite you to be recognized and come take a photograph with us. Denise Berrigan, Eric Bungie, Ali Clendenin, Kim Deng, Adriana Furtada, Jeff Holmes, Joe Hood, Janice Jones, Christian Martinez, Krista Medeiros, Scott Raitt, Sid Rothenberg, Johnny Savage, if he's with us, Alora Thresher, and Terry Woods.
I'm going to stand right behind Rothenberg. All right. Thank you guys so much.
Yes, sir. You know what? I'll send them to you. Okay. Absolutely. Yes.
Look at this water.
By the way, I just want to let those of you who don't know that our Citizens Academy is, and where did Kathy go? Kathy, our Citizens Academy is 8 weeks. 8 weeks, and it's Wednesday night or Thursday night? Wednesday night. And so we have a class every night for 8 weeks, and you get to learn about the Public Works Department, the Fire Department, the Sheriff's Department, our Finance Department, all the different departments of the city, and really become an expert citizen and learn all about your city operations. So if you would be interested in more information about that, you can reach out to Kathy Valdez at kvaldez@cityofvista.com, our city clerk, and she will plug you in and make sure that you have an opportunity to participate. And we also like to ask those folks who have participated in the Citizens Academy to participate in our boards and commissions as well. So it's a great pathway to getting involved with the city. So I commend it to all of you who might have an interest in it. Right. Okay. Okay. And I just wanted to say thank you to Chastity Urias and Alicia Williams of the San Diego Anti-Hate Coalition for being with us tonight. And also we wanted to thank Leslie Webb Blanco and Kuna Mutasamy, our Public Works Director, for being with us on the recycling program. Okay, that's going to bring us to our oral communications portion, our first opportunity for oral communications. And tonight we have a request to speak from Joe Hood, followed by Jeannie Wilson. Do we have any other oral communications? If you would, go ahead and come forward to that front row and be ready to speak when you hear your name called. Mr. Hood.
Thank you. Good evening and a rousing start to the night. Last week, a report was released titled Health of Air and addressed San Diego area health impacts in air quality. 1, San Diego is the 13th worst city in the U.S. for fine particle pollution. 4,700 occurrences of cardiovascular and respiratory morbidities were experienced this year. 330,000 adversely impacted days. 2, we are the 7th worst in ozone pollution in the whole country. 14,200 occurrences of cardiovascular and respiratory morbidities. 1 million adversely impacted days. 3, we are the 8th worst in the U.S. for total air pollution, causing nearly 500 deaths. It is vital and indeed life-saving to reduce CO2 emissions and diesel emissions, to reduce forest fires, to plant more forests, and to electrify our homes and businesses. Later tonight, when you vote on the Environmental Commission, it's vital that we move forward together to address these and all the other climate issues facing our community. Climate change is code red for humanity. Let's act. Thanks.
Jeannie, and if you would, please. Our municipal code provides that at this point in our meeting, we are now in our government meeting, which is kind of like a courtroom. So please, if you would hold your applause and any noise from the audience at this time for the remainder of the meeting. Jeannie Wilson.
Hello, everybody. I'm here tonight, again, representing the Vista Silver Star Foundation, of which I am the chairman of. And we brought on September 26th to the attention of the mayor and council the deplorable condition of the outdoor patio area at the senior citizen building, Gloria McClellan Senior Center. I want to tell you, I'm here tonight not to complain. I'm here tonight to praise and to thank 3 members that work so diligently here. One being Joe Green. And by the way, do you know his middle initial? It's E, for energetic and exuberant. We wondered how many cups of coffee you had, Joe, before you came to meet us. So I want to thank Joe Green. I want to thank Mike Pacheco, who's in charge of the Department of Public Works, DPW, and also Kevin Granzi, who's the head of the Vista Gloria McClellan Senior Center. That same week that I came here, September 26th, That very week, Joe got in touch with me by email and also contacted Kevin and also contacted Mike Pacheco and said, let's meet down there and let's see what you're talking about. I tell you, that very same day when Mike saw the area that I was talking about in terms of that is a lawsuit waiting to happen, he immediately went to his truck. He got one of these rectangular yellow signs to set there. In other words, don't step there. I came back the very next week. Kevin Granzi put in a work order to have all the bushes and vines that were overgrowing, they were all trimmed. Kevin put in a work request for that to be done. It was done. Also, I came back another week later, and Department of Public Works was welding an extension on the railing so nobody can go down that area that's very bad and lawsuit waiting to happen. And I would just like to say thank you. Let's keep the ball rolling. I mentioned about the rusted fence. That is in the works. I mentioned about the sprinklers. There is sprinklers on both ends. We want to find out if they're working, because if we want to plant something there, it does need water. So I just want to say thank you again to those three people, and let's keep the ball rolling, and let's make that a nice area out there for everybody to enjoy. Thank you so much. Hey, and I made it.
And if you would, please, to our students and all those present, our municipal code requires that you hold your applause in this portion of your meeting as if you're in a court of law, okay? So please hold the outburst from the audience. John Bodorf on Zoom. John, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Mayor Franklin City Council, my name is John Bodorf with CleanEarthForKids.org. I want to recognize and thank Joe Hood for his comments on how poor our air is here in San Diego. We have bad air. We must take action to save lives. I also want to thank Katie for bringing forward the issue of toxic pesticides and this council for taking action to stop the use of glyphosate and dipethir in your parks. We look forward to a non-toxic IPM that will keep our kids and the environment safe. To protect children's health and future, CleanEarthForKids.org asks this council to ban all installations of artificial grass, synthetic turf. With the signing of SB 676 by Governor Newsom, you have the authority to stop the use of this toxic plastic carpet in Vista. The city of Millbrae and others have already banned it. Plastic grass is harmful to human health and the environment, and it is not recyclable. It is full of toxic chemicals like PFAS and is a major source of microplastics. Microplastics are found in our bodies, wildlife, and even rain. The chemicals in plastics harm our health, and we must move to natural solutions like real grass. We ask Vista to follow organic land management practices, especially for managing real grass playing fields. Training is available online through the University of California, Riverside and other locations. High-use, organically managed natural grass fields have been done here in Southern California. The people of Vista should have real grass for their children to play on. CleanEarthForKids.org also asks you to pass an ordinance to stop all smoking and vaping in multi-unit housing, which has already been done by almost 80 cities and counties in California. Up to 65% of the air in multi-unit homes can come from other units in the building. 2 out of every 5 children are exposed to secondhand smoke, increasing their risks of asthma and other lung conditions. There is also third-hand smoke, which is the chemical residue left on clothes, furniture, and any surface exposed to smoking. Washing does not remove these chemicals or their health risks. These toxic chemicals are linked to things like liver disease, type 2 diabetes, and can harm brain development. Please protect our children and get the smoke out. Let's work together to educate the public on the dangers of toxic pesticides, chemicals, and smoke. There's consultants like Chip Osborne that are available to help with organic land management. They can teach the staff how to do it without using toxic chemicals for free. Thank you from CleanEarthForKids.org.
Barbara Gordon on Zoom, followed by Becky Rapp.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you very much for letting me speak. I want to recognize the city for limiting the number of tobacco retailers And in the release of the 2023 National Youth Tobacco Survey marks a notable achievement in the fight against youth tobacco use. The data shows a reduction in current past 30-day e-cigarette use among high school students, dropping to 10% in 2023 versus 14.1 in 2022. However, a concerning trend has emerged among middle school students, with a significant rise in use of any tobacco products, reaching 6.6 in 2023, up from 4.5 in 2022. This is a troubling finding among the youngest of participants because we know the detrimental effects of nicotine on developing brain, with e-cigarettes remaining the most commonly used tobacco products among all youth since 2014. The survey also highlights the persistent concern of nicotine dependence. Research from Truth Initiative surveyed 15 to 20-year-old e-cigarette users about where they typically purchase e-cigarettes. Although most underage e-cigarette users, almost 57%, get their e-cigarettes from social sources, peers, or family members, but many, 43.1, obtain their devices from a retail source. This is concerning. Again, I applaud the city for acting on this problem with an upstream solution by limiting or capping the number of tobacco retailers, and this will reduce the availability, accessibility, and appeal of these addictive substances to our young people. Thank you.
Next speaker is Becky Rapp on Zoom.
Good evening, Mayor Franklin and council members. My name is Becky Rapp, and I'm a mother and public health educator concerned regarding the lack of responsibility and neglect the marijuana industry is showing our children. Colorful packaging and flavored edibles like candy and cookies are just a few of the industry's obnoxious ways of targeting our kids. Last month, I shared a story of an Escondido third grade student who consumed marijuana-infused gummy bears while at school. An article posted by NBC titled, "Escondido Mother Speaks Out After Her Son Ate the THC Gummies and Was Hospitalized," was recently published. Claudia, the mother, describes the incident as a tragedy. She stated, "Seeing my son that way is what shocked me so much. To see his body shaking, not being able to open his eyes, and is something that I will never forget. It was a cannabis overdose, according to Rady Children's Hospital." Claudia was terrified when she heard from the doctors how much THC her son ate. He had consumed 3 gummies, 400 milligrams of marijuana each, totaling 1,200 milligrams of THC. To give you some perspective of how much THC this is, vape pens with cartridges containing moderate THC levels usually hold between 150 to 200 milligrams of THC. This represents that this young third grade student consumed an amount of THC similar to smoking 6 entire vape pen cartridges all at one time. Claudia stated that after 3 days in the hospital, her son was discharged. He's back at school, but his mother says her son is not the happy same boy that he was before the incident. He is quiet and nervous. She fears now of the long-term consequences. This is unacceptable, and parents need to be better educated and aware of these consequences. Although marijuana is permitted in our city, it doesn't mean we have to be tolerant of the industry's disregard for child safety. Thank you.
Our next speaker is a speaker with the phone number ending in 7277.
Good evening. My name is Diane Grace. I am a concerned parent, grandparent, and community volunteer with a program that educates teens and their parents on public health issues, especially on the dangers of vaping and smoking. 2 weeks ago, the National Drug-Free Workplace Alliance sent out a press release entitled "Marijuana and Anxiety: what employers should know. The press release stated that employers need to be aware of the increasing mental health struggles among young employees, often including anxiety, and that marijuana is sometimes used by these employees to counter anxiety. Current data suggests that marijuana may not deliver the anxiety relief benefits as often depicted in promotional marketing for the drug. And research provided in Journal of Clinical Psychiatry has shown that cannabis use is significantly associated with an increased likelihood of developing anxiety conditions. And employers should make sure that they are offering the full resources, their EAP, Employee Resistant Program, that provides physical and mental health resources. EAP counselors may also work in a consultative role with managers and supervisors to address employee and organizational challenges and needs created by employees' marijuana use for anxiety. It is prudent to recognize that enabling marijuana use by increasing the number of marijuana businesses in the city creates many challenges in the workplace and not a wise course of action. Thank you.
Peggy Walker on Zoom.
Good evening. I work with county tobacco coalitions and note that bad air and tobacco have been discussed already. As a public health educator, I wanted to bring to your attention that Thursday is National Great American Smokeout Day, and trending with this observation is a strong movement for smoke-free multi-unit housing policy. I urge you to give serious consideration to eliminating smoke pollution in homes through smoke-free MUH policy, as cities like Carlsbad are doing. Home is the main place children and adults breathe secondhand smoke, and I'll repeat the gist of an earlier speaker, that there's no safe amount of exposure. It travels through doorways, wall cracks, ventilation, and electrical systems. Opening windows using fans, air conditioning, and ventilation systems, pardon me, does not completely remove it, and in fact may distribute it throughout a building. Anyone living in MUH can be a victim of smokers. Lower income groups who are more likely to live in MUH housing are more often impacted. As mentioned earlier, we can't overlook the harmfulness of third-hand smoke, which releases nicotine and cancer-causing chemicals that settle as dust-like particles on bedding, carpets, drapes, furniture, walls, and floors, and permeate these things over time. Third-hand smoke poses a health hazard to non-smokers in public areas, especially children who may be crawling or touching surfaces. The only protection is removal. So I ask you, please consider smoke-free MUH policy. Thank you.
We have a Zoom caller with the phone number ending 4592.
Good evening, Mayor Franklin and council members. My name is Kathleen Lippett. With a background in biology, I appreciate the attention to create an environmental concerns committee. With 11 marijuana businesses allowed to do business in the city, I hope your committee will consider the numerous environmental harms caused by this industry. This is in addition to the corruption that has been part of the industry since its inception. The city should consider adopting regulations that will deter city staffers, electeds, and officials from the corruptive influence. Other cities like San Diego have seen the marijuana industry's economic influence, political lobbying, and corruption grow unchecked. The promise of lucrative jobs within the industry is an incentive to advocate for urgency to permit marijuana businesses and cut corners, redefine or streamline municipal codes, remove promise-sensitive use setbacks and push to increase the number of marijuana projects based on the ruse that it will help counter the black market, which it never has. No city to date has, with an eye toward cashing in on marijuana sales, has bothered to provide a cost-benefit analysis of transitioning from preventing drug abuse to fueling it. Along with the paltry tax revenues, the city should expect increased crime, drug abuse, addiction, mental health problems, homelessness, traffic fatalities, and much more. In Colorado, when societal costs were tallied up, the price tag was a whopping $500 million. That does not include the drug driving fatalities, legal costs, or treatment needs. There are state standards, ethics standards, that are supposed to be followed, and they are supposed to impose a $5,000 per violation penalty for failing to follow those codes. But we have seen a revolving door between those involved in making marijuana project decisions retire from the city and go to work for the marijuana industry, effectively making taxpayers fund a training ground for city employees that leave with inside information and relationships and then traffic on them when they get to the marijuana industry. It's frustrating, to say the least. And also regarding marijuana environmental issues, marijuana growers steal water from farmers. They hide grows in trees on someone else's property, divert farmers' water with series of canals, pumps, man-made dams. And the growers also use powerful pesticides right next to open waterways with no regard for proper.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Judy Strang.
Good evening, Vista City Council. Judy Strang here, grandparent of some Vista citizens. I was excited as I drove around Vista during the end of October to see Red Ribbon Week celebrated. Your schools and administrators and parents are to be congratulated. I really appreciated their efforts to bring to all of our awareness tobacco, marijuana, alcohol, and drug prevention. I thought you might find interesting that the County Office of Education seeks to expand on these drug prevention efforts that have occurred across our county that were so noticeable here in Vista by launching a series of videos on topics such as tobacco, marijuana, alcohol use, and how it affects the developing brain. You maybe saw in the newspaper a press release regarding the videos that are coming our way and can be found online at the County Office of Education. Two speakers, District Attorney Summer Stephan and Dr. Natalie Lobb from the Rady Children's Hospital spoke. I was particularly impressed with what Dr. Lobb had to say. She said the cannabis industry is targeting children and leaving teens thinking it is safe. However, cannabis use really dramatically adversely affects the teenage brain and damages parts responsible for memory and decision making. The central point from these two presenters is that primary prevention education is the answer to reaching our teens and younger students as they begin to form their perception about tobacco, marijuana, alcohol, and drug use and their health consequences. I'm excited that our County Office of Education has chosen to bring this information to all of us, but I think our responsibility here in the city of Vista is to create an environment that does not normalize marijuana use as any sort of solution to life's challenges and anxiety. Thank you for letting me share this exciting news from the County Office of Ed.
Thank you very much. That'll bring us to our consent calendar. The recommendations on the following consent calendar will be enacted in one motion unless an item is removed from the calendar. Any member of the public may remove an item by submitting a request to speak card to the clerk secretary, by using the raise their hand feature on Zoom, or by pressing *9 at this time. Items removed from the consent calendar will be considered immediately following the adoption of the calendar. We have 13 consent items this evening. Items C6 and C8 have been removed by the public. Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. I would like to go ahead and make a motion to approve the balance of the calendar, but if I could just make some brief comments on some items, if that would be appropriate.
Sure.
So I heard C6 and C8 will be pulled, so we'll discuss that further, but I wanted to make a note on C5, Parks and Recreation Needs Assessment and Comprehensive Action Plan, additional site-specific plan amendment. This is an item that will allow us to look at the public property near the courthouse and allow our consultant on our Parks Master Plan to start to develop a site-specific plan for park space at that location. And so I'm really excited about that we can be approving that tonight. And also, I wanted to say on C9, speed humps on Copper Drive. The neighbors here on Copper Drive have had ongoing issues with rampant property damage due to speeding cars. And this is a great solution for them. They were very excited to sign the petitions and to see that there could be some legitimate traffic calming devices installed on the streets. And I just wanted to say thank you to all the neighbors who participated in that petition process. And with that, I've made my motion and would like to get a second. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I will go ahead and second that motion, and I just want to say real quick to my folks in District 1, the Bobolink Storm Drain Project Phase 1 on C7 is going to be a huge relief. It's an area that floods a lot, and we've been needing this for a long time. So with that, I proudly make the second to the motion.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. Please cast your votes. That item is adopted unanimously, and that'll bring us to item C6, the all-way stop at the intersection of San Clemente Avenue and Carioca Place. And we have Nancy Shoup would like to speak on this item. Nancy, would you please come forward, and you have 3 minutes to share with the council.
Good evening. I live on San Clemente Avenue, and our street begins off a foothill across from Rancho Minerva Middle School. We have a huge problem with people speeding up and down the street. Part of the problem is because our street is a gradual incline, and at the end of it, it comes right up into quite a big hill. Our speed limit is 25 miles an hour, but we have people speeding 45, 50 miles an hour. Not only is it a safety issue, it's also a noise issue. We have a lot of people who walk in our area. They walk themselves, they walk their dogs. We have more kids living in the neighborhood now than we had before. And some of them walk to school, to Rancho Minerva Middle School. So we would like something to be done. Right now, I think it was suggested that we have an always stop, which hopefully people will pay attention to, and they won't just go right through the stop sign. So that was the gist of what I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And on Zoom, we have Steve Tompkins that wanted to be heard on item C6.
I actually want to be on C8. I don't know if I can.
Oh, we'll come right back to you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Contreras.
First, I just want to move approval of C6. And secondly, I want to say to the public, thank you so much for your engagement, working with your neighbors. We, set the course for the public to be able to do petitions for traffic calming. I want to make sure that with the always stop, if you don't see that this issue is mitigated, there are additional traffic calming measures that can be taken, which also require a petition process, or you can come and talk to your representative or anybody on the council about it. But I just want to say that when I was elected in 2018, this is something that I heard from the community. More safety on our roads, more street level safety. And I am delighted every single time that I see this agenda before me and I see neighbors coming together, doing the petition process, and wanting to ensure that they're safe from speeding cars. And there's a lot more that we can do. So just know that we have an open door. And if you don't see these issues addressed with an all-way stop, we just continue the process and continue to see what kind of infrastructure is needed. You see on the next item that we're going to talk about is speed humps. There's a petition process for that as well. So just thank you so much. I know it takes a lot of courage to go around and get the signatures that you need, but I really hope that this addresses the issue. In case it doesn't, come back. Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much. I want to echo everything Deputy Mayor Contreras said. I actually live on Foothill Drive around the corner from you over there. And as you know, when they put Rancho Minerva Middle School in there, they didn't give the city a whole lot of info about it. And we didn't really have a whole lot of infrastructure. And your road, absolutely correct. The new drivers straight downhill, straight uphill. They use it as a drag strip. So hopefully always stop will get them to slow down. However, speed humps, rumble strip, whatever it takes, we're willing to do as a council. And without this petition process, we wouldn't know, because you're off the main street. You hang a right off of Foothill Drive and kind of go into the hills. So it requires neighbors like you to be active. So thank you so much for your work on this, bring it to our attention, and thank my council for hopefully approving this. I second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. That item is approved unanimously. That'll bring us to item C8. And Eric Dennis wanted to be heard on item C8, speed humps on Maryland Drive, followed by Ralph Wood, followed by Robin Wood. If you would, please come forward and take a seat in the front row if you heard your name called, and be ready to speak when your name is called. Again, that's Eric Dennis, Ralph Wood, and Robin Wood. Do we have a request for a presentation? Would you like to hear a presentation on the item? We'll have a very brief presentation on the item from staff. Did you want it? No, I was thinking that they were up here to present before he spoke, but you want to speak before the presentation? It's all good. Did you get all the others back?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Sam Hassanen, City Vista Traffic Engineer. Just a brief background on the item. The city received a request to evaluate the stretch of Maryland Drive from North Avenue to Olive Avenue for speed humps as a traffic calming measure. So staff conducted the evaluation and determined that this section meets the criteria in the City Council policy for the installation of speed humps. And in accordance with the City Council policy 600-07, the residents submitted the petition that it shows that a majority of them support the speed humps. We had a speed study conducted on the street near a 308 Maryland Drive that showed the prevailing speeds to be around 35 miles an hour. There have also been 3 reported accidents on Maryland Drive between North Avenue and Olive Avenue in the past 5 years. This is a picture of the area, the long stretch, the red line that goes north-south that shows a stretch of Maryland Drive from North Avenue to Maryland. I'm sorry, north to Olive. So the staff recommendation is to approve the installation of speed humps on Maryland Drive between North Avenue and Olive Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dennis, you have 3 minutes, followed by Ralph Wood, followed by Robin Wood.
Vista residents since 1959, so I'm vested, multiple properties in town, grew up on Maryland Drive, and I would like to rebut almost everything that's been said about the traffic calming issues that are potentially going on. Very, very frustrated as a resident. I contacted 3 of the council people that I own properties in to talk about the inability of stop signs to handle speed. There's dozens and dozens of reports from national levels all the way down to local levels that stop signs should only be used for right-of-way of determining a right-of-way, not speed. None of the 3 council people ever returned my calls when the stop sign was brought up here on Maryland Drive. Very disappointing. I went to one council person's office and sat there for 48 minutes, listened to him on conversations, telephone conversations. When he came out, he didn't have time for me. And now we move to potentially, okay, now the stop signs aren't working. Let's put in speed humps, because that's supposed to work as well. There's again, dozens of articles and surveys that says, hey, why municipalities are moving away from speed humps as traffic calming solutions, because they're not working. Well, first off, they're not working for multiple reasons. And when I asked Sam direct questions, it's like, okay, after the stop signs were up there, supposedly, there was residents that were concerned. Were there any speed surveys or anything done afterwards? No. Was there any record of how much damage or damage claims have happened, to the city? No, I don't know. You'd have to do a public records request. Well, I know that the front end of a fire engine, the City of Vista fire engine, was torn out from speed humps. And we know that if that happens, what's happening to all of our vehicles and stuff every time things go for it? Really, I think there should be some more creative thinking that's actually thought about this kind of stuff. And I think the council should be protecting us citizens in multiple different ways. Number one, does everybody realize that for every speed hump, there's proven statistics that it slows emergency vehicles to the spot by 10 seconds for every speed hump? So now, what do I have to calculate how many speed humps between the fire station and my house, so whether I'm going to die from a heart attack or not? 10 seconds, 20 seconds?
Thank you, Mr. Dennis. Mr. Ralph Wood, followed by Robin Wood.
Wood, and I live at 1114 Maryland Drive. I'm here speaking in support of the measure of the speed humps. Right in front of our house is one of those speed measuring radar devices. And, well, let's put it this way. On Maryland Drive, I've lived there for 15 years. We first started out with stop signs on either end, didn't work. We then went to further stop signs, doesn't work. Then we now went to this radar speed thing. And just before we came over here today, I was watching it as they were going 33. The next car was 37. The next car was 32. And it's an unsafe condition because, first of all, there's no sidewalks on both sides of the street. They're only on one side of the street. To cross over, you have to go in front of traffic that is speeding. What we're asking for is some effective means of being able to slow down the traffic that is potentially dangerous to the citizens who live on that street. Now, in rebuttal to the previous presenter, the National Highway Traffic Safety Commission has established minimum requirements for vehicles operating on streets. One of those requirements is a minimum height of the clearance of the vehicle. It also, the National Traffic Safety Bureau has also put in place the functionality of the suspension systems for vehicles to go over rough roads. When cars were first invented way back in the late 1800s, we didn't have paved streets. We had ruts that were this deep, holes and potholes and other things, and they survived them greatly. I know I have 3 1928 Model A's, and they worked very well over 90 years ago. So the reason why I'm here today is to encourage you to pass this resolution so that not only the adults, but there are numerous children. When we went and passed out the petition, we had a lot of citizens who were saying, thank you for doing something about this. Thank you for your time.
Robin Wood, followed by Steve Tompkins on Zoom.
Hi, I'm Robin Wood, and I really appreciate that you are taking the time to hear this. I've lived on Maryland for almost 30 years, and, oh, thank you. And I'm actually the one that took the petition around to the neighbors. And I have to say that overwhelmingly, they were in support of it. In fact, we were going through that heat spell during that time, and when I got to the limit that I needed, then I stopped, because it was hard walking around there every day and knocking on doors. They all thought I was selling solar. So, it was, I had to explain first that I wasn't there to sell anything. But, the average speed really going down our street is about 35 to 37 miles an hour. And it's continually getting worse. And I'm starting to get to the point where I'm uncomfortable even walking across the street when we walk our animals. And even yesterday, I was walking across the street, and it was, I would have been going right over to Marigold. And the person that was coming down the street, he wasn't stopping. He was in a pickup truck, didn't live on this street, because most of the people are cutting through to avoid the traffic on Melrose. And I was trying to walk across the street with my dog, and I was about halfway through, and he wasn't slowing down. And I finally yelled, "Slow down." When he got behind me, when I got to the curb, he laid on his horn, so I turned around, so he flipped me off. I mean, that's what we get, because they don't care. They don't live on the street. They don't care about the animals that are getting hit. They don't care about the kids that can't play on the street. And so I really would appreciate you considering doing this. In fact, from Highland to North, every house that I went to agreed to it. Every person signed it, except for one that didn't speak English and two that were vacant properties. Other than that, they were all like, "Thank you, we support this," and I hope you do too. Thank you.
Steve Tompkins on Zoom.
Thank you, Mayor Franklin and the city council members. I live just off of Maryland Drive on Beacon Court. Sounds like I'm close neighbors to a couple of these people who just spoke. I can attest, there is a speed sign on Maryland between Beacon Court and Amara Lane. And every day I walk my son to daycare. He's on daycare right off of North. And every day as I'm walking back home, I'm seeing 35 miles an hour, 37, 40 sometimes, people. And this is not just that one little block. It actually can reach all the way up to the top of the hill. And so people are speeding down that street, going crazy. And I was sitting there with my 4-year-old son, worried he's going to, fall off his bike and get run over by an SUV or something. And I'm sure you're aware, Maryland Elementary is at one end on Maryland and North. And there are many parents who are walking their kids down Maryland every morning, picking their kids up, walking them back down. There's not a sidewalk on one side near the school, and also near my street, near Beacon, there's not a sidewalk on the other side. So people have to walk across, worry about people going 35 miles an hour with their kids and everything. And then also what we also see every morning is Vita's at the other end of Maryland, and people will cut in off of North or Highland, and they'll go around that corner and they'll go south down Maryland, again, probably 35 miles an hour. I can't see because there's no sign up there, but I hear them, going blasting off down that street to get to the pickup over there to avoid the traffic at, down there at Vita. So it's a problem. There's a lot of people that I'm sure agree with us in the area. You said you had a petition of all the people on Maryland who agreed. He didn't come down my street, but I definitely would have signed it. So therefore, I do urge City Council to help to calm the traffic on Maryland, protect all the families, the kids who walk on that street, ride their bikes and stuff like that, and install the speed humps on Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you. Thank you to all the speakers who participated. Thank you to staff. I am supportive of this item. The street passes our criteria and the requirements for the petition were met. So I would like to make a motion to approve this item so that we can implement some traffic calming on Maryland. But I also want to say thank you to Robin, who just spoke. I'm your council representative for that area in District 3, And we need neighborhood captains. We need people who are going to look after the street and who are going to show up and do the hard work. I get it. I go out there and I canvass too. And people don't know what you're selling them. But when you have conversations with your neighbors, it's the most refreshing thing ever. And you realize, wow, we really can do something. So this petition process has been very empowering for the community. It will enhance safety in the area because there's a lot of recklessness and we don't have to tolerate it, right? We can change our built environment to be safer. And I'm really glad that y'all in that neighborhood, you stepped up, you brought the petition forward, we were able to get it reviewed by staff, and it's before us today for approval. So thank you to everyone who participated. I hope that as safety is improved in the area, there is more understanding. Good luck, you guys. Thanks for staying through the first hour of the meeting. I know it's hard as a student. Thank you for committing to safety and being a neighborhood captain, and I'm happy to approve this item.
Any more students ready to take their leave? You've had your 1 hour. If you're going to step out, we'll invite you to do it now. Please keep your voices down and exit. Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I just want to say I second the motion. And, I know there's a difference of opinion on this. Even on our council, this speed hump policy passes a 4-1. We weren't unanimous on it. But I want to address the issue about fire. I fought tooth and nail against the idea that Vista doesn't deserve speed humps because our fire trucks, our ambulances are going to be delayed by such an extent that it's going to cause a different public safety issue, because those same issues are in other cities that have speed humps. And we did have to push against the fire department, who was using a 2004 master thesis for ITT Tech as data that this was unsafe. And so when we pushed on the fire department to reevaluate, they came back and they sat right here and they said, you know what? You're right. There are accommodations that we can make for public safety. And what we do as a body is say, if we are seeing delays, we want to know about that information and we want to know how we can get ahead of it. I want to say that, when it comes to fire, there's a huge equity issue where my district does not even have a fire station. That's something I'm fighting to get. But these concerns have not materialized. And in fact, what we're seeing is that folks are feeling safer because they are safer. I've had too many. Maryland, part of this stretch is my district as well. And we have seen so many folks very close to an accident where drivers are ramming their cars into their front yards. That is not safe. We cannot continue to build a city that makes cut-through traffic the priority over our residential needs for safety. So I just want to say, I understand, I hear your concern. I don't believe it's valid. And I will second this motion, and I leave it up to the public to do the same process that Robin did. Thank you so much. I know it's hard to go door to door, but our community is active on this issue. And I can assure you that we will continue to see, as folks find out that we have a petition process where you can have a simple majority, come to a consensus that speed humps or other traffic calming measures are the best solution to some of the public safety issues we're seeing with speeding, that we're going to continue to see this on our agenda. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And all the kids at Maryland Elementary School will appreciate it as well. And we'll never know how many lives are going to be saved, but we know that folks are going to be a lot safer because of these measures. Thank you.
Okay. And I'm sorry, did you second? I did. Okay, very good. And so we have a motion, a second, and so I'm going to just make a brief comment while we're casting our votes. If you would go ahead and cast your votes. I voted against the speed bump policy, and I don't support the proliferation of speed bumps throughout the community for a variety of reasons, which I went into in detail before. However, I am going to support this measure because I am going to support the neighbors that have done the work and have gotten the approval of their neighbors. I felt that the appropriate time to make my opinions about the broader speed hump issue has come and passed, but I'm going to support the individual neighbors that make it a priority for their street. So with that, has everybody voted? Oh, I didn't lock my vote. Okay, that item is approved unanimously, and that will bring us to our first public hearing this evening. We have 3 public hearings. PH1 is regarding a general plan amendment to correct a graphical error to the circulation element map exhibit. The public hearing is now open. If there are any members of the public that wish to speak, they may speak by indicating so by using the raise their hand feature, by pressing *9, or submitting a request to speak card at the dais. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Our brand new Community Development Director, Joe Vaca, will introduce the item. Mr. Vaca, welcome to the City of Vista. We're glad to have you with us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the City Council. Thank you, Mayor Franklin, for the warm welcome. Staff's been wonderful, and I'm very grateful to be here and look forward to continuing a great track record of success for the Community Development Department.
Just pull your microphone right up to your mouth. There
Got
you.
you. Thank you. Okay, so I'll introduce the project manager, Chris Winters, to present this item.
Thank you, Mayor Franklin and council members. Staff discovered a graphical error on a map exhibit in the Vista General Plan 2030 circulation element. The circulation plan map, figure CE2, currently depicts the roadway segment of South Emerald Drive, Sunset Drive between Hacienda Drive and Skyhaven Lane as a 4-lane major roadway. This road segment was planned and designated and originally studied to be designated as a 2-lane collector with a 2-way left turn lane in the center. Staff recommends amending the general plan, figure CE2, to correctly depict this street segment as a 2-lane collector with a 2-way left turn lane. The proposed amendment was considered by the Planning Commission October 17th and received unanimous support for correction to the map exhibit. The following slide shows the current portion of the roadway there, south of what's SR 78 with a red arrow pointing to it. On the legend, that's indicated as a 4-lane major. To the right is the corrected map version, which has it as a 2-lane collector. That concludes staff's presentation.
Councilmember Joe Green, thank you very much for an excellent report.
Do we have any speakers on this item?
We do not.
With that, I would move that we close the public hearing and accept staff's recommendation as presented.
Councilmember Melendez.
Second.
Please cast your votes. Everybody lock their vote. That item is adopted unanimously. That'll bring us to item PH2, our public hearing regarding Sunset Drive Townhomes, project P22-0182. The public hearing is now open. If there are any members of the public who wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature by pressing *9 or submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon. We do have a number of speakers on this item. After the presentation, Community Development Director Joe Vaca will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Mayor Franklin and members of the City Council. So before I introduce Chris Winters to provide the staff presentation, I just wanted to highlight that this project has been developed collaboratively with staff and presented to the Planning Commission. It's been designed to be compatible with the area. We believe that it is a less intense land use with this general plan amendment as opposed to the existing commercial land use. And we worked with the applicants this week to get confirmation that they will be conforming with the requirements of our affordable housing in lieu policies and our ordinance. And so they will be either providing affordable housing units or they will be paying the in lieu fee. So with that, I'll turn it over to the project manager who's worked diligently and done a good job on this project, Mr. Winters.
All right, this project is a proposal for a general plan amendment, zone change, tentative subdivision map, site development plan, and condominium housing permit to allow for the construction of 38 condominium residences and associated site improvements on a 4.3-acre site located at 2112 Sunset Drive. Some of the project particulars: the project site consists of 3 parcels located on the west side of Sunset Drive, south of Buena Vista Creek, and north of Skyhaven Lane. The site is mostly vacant, except for an uninhabited residence and accessory buildings. The site is bisected by the driveway to the Green Valley Mobile Home Park. Proposed site improvements include 2-story townhomes in 10 separate buildings, 2-car garages for each townhome, and private patios for every townhome. 2 driveways would connect to the project from Sunset Drive to the internal roadways, and there would also be 1 driveway gated for emergency access only. Approximately 1 acre of landscaping is included with the project design. Landscape areas include active and passive outdoor amenities, 2 outdoor dining areas with fire pits, reading nooks, a tot lot, passive lawn area, a cornhole play area, in compliance with the city's multifamily design guidelines. This aerial image shows the project site, both the north and south portions. Adjacent land uses include mobile home parks to the west and to the southwest and to the east. To the north is Buena Vista Creek, and then commercial, retail land uses, medical offices. And to the south of the project is the city's boundary with Oceanside. Beyond that, you have residential land uses to the south. The project includes a proposed general plan amendment and a corresponding zone change for the northern 2 parcels that are part of the project. The general plan amendment would change the existing general commercial designation to medium density residential, as shown on the left-hand side of the slide. The corresponding zone change would go from C1 zoning to RM10, which would be multifamily residential with a maximum density of 10 units per acre. This is the architectural site plan for the project. There are 24 units on the northern half of the project, which is 3.1 acres. That includes 7 buildings. The southern portion of the site at 1.2 acres has 3 buildings with 14 townhomes. The landscape plan shows that there's approximately 1 acre of landscaping, 21.8% of the site. Approximately 114 trees would be planted on site. There's also just under 1 acre of natural open space, which would remain undisturbed, which is along the Buena Vista Creek. The project would include decorative paving as shown as the 2 driveway entrances. Outdoor amenities include reading nook areas with the Adirondack seating, tot lot play area with bench seating, picnic tables, a cornhole play area as mentioned. There's 2 outdoor dining lounges with shade structures, several barbecues, dining chairs, and so on. There's also a passive lawn area on the southern portion of the site. Frontage improvements are shown in this slide. The project would include road widening and striping for the 2-way left turn lane in the center of the road. There would be speed radar feedback signs added in both north and south directions to slow traffic. And public right-of-way improvements would include curb gutter, sidewalk, and a bicycle lane connecting the project frontage to the north to the commercially zoned properties and extending south to the city's boundary. Some details regarding the townhomes. They would be developed with an average density of approximately 9 units per acre on the northern portion of the site and 12 units per acre on the southern portion. The 38 townhomes would include 4 different floor plans with sizes ranging from 1,440 square feet to 1,780 square feet. On the first floor would be 2-car enclosed garage, kitchen, living, and dining areas, and a half bath. The second floors would have 2 or 3 bedrooms, full bathrooms, washer and dryer hookups. Additionally, 30 units would include a loft area on the second floor, designed as an upstairs living room. That number I'll touch on a bit later would actually be 16. This slide shows the elevations for the buildings. There are 3 plexes, 4 plexes, and a 5-plex, 3 different stucco colors. The chart on the right shows some of the exterior details that include metalwork, faux Juliet balconies, window awnings, and metal pot shelves and other features. The project is required to provide a total of 107 parking spaces. It's designed to provide 110 spaces. 76 garage, 2-car garages for the units, plus 34 open guest spaces. Under public policy, the southern portion of the project site is currently designated as medium-high density residential, which allows up to 15 dwelling units per acre. The construction of 14 townhomes would result in a density of approximately 12 units per acre, which would be consistent with the existing MHD land use designation. The northern portion of the site is currently designated as general commercial. If the council approves a general plan amendment to medium density residential, the construction of 24 townhomes would result in a density of approximately 8 units per acre. Under zoning conformance, the site is currently zoned RM15. No change to this zoning is proposed. The northern portion of the site is currently C1. The applicant is requesting the zone change to RM10. If the council approves the zone change, the project, inclusive of both the north and south project areas, would be conditioned to meet or exceed the minimum development standards of the RM10 and RM15 zones as applicable. Additional conditions of approval: the Planning Commission considered the project October 17 and voted unanimously to recommend the council's approval of the project with 2 added conditions: that the second floor of the Unit Plan 1, the 14 2-bedroom townhomes, would be redesigned to eliminate the loft area and to instead create a 2-master bedroom or dual master second floor plan. The other condition added by the Planning Commission was to ensure that the project's perimeter walls adjacent to neighboring properties, the public right-of-way, and facing off-site locations shall be constructed of decorative CMU block. Staff recommends adding an additional condition of approval that the project is subject to the city's inclusionary housing ordinance. The applicant is aware of and has agreed to comply with the city's inclusionary housing requirement to either provide affordable units on site or pay the affordable housing in lieu fee. Under environmental review, a mitigated negative declaration was prepared for the project under CEQA and determined that the project would not result in any unmitigated significant environmental impacts. The MND was circulated for public review from June 29 to July 28th of this year. 11 comment letters were received. All comment letters and responses are included in the MND. The project will be required to comply with the mitigation measures that are specified, and these mitigation measures are included in the project's conditions of approval. Staff's recommendations include approval of the mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the Sunset Drive Townhomes project, approving a general plan amendment and tentative subdivision map, site development plan, and condominium housing permit to allow for the construction of the 38 condominium residences and other site improvements, and adoption of an ordinance for the zone change from C1 commercial zone to multifamily residential at a density of 10 dwelling units per acre on the 2 parcels specified, APNs 166-450-39 and 166-751-44, corresponding to the general plan amendment that make up the northern 3.1 acres of the site. That concludes staff's presentation. The applicant is here with his representative team, and he does have a brief presentation when the council's ready. Thank you.
Okay, we have 7 public speakers in. Sure. Did the applicant want to come make a brief presentation? While you're coming forward, I heard about the metal work. Is that corrugated metal? I hate that. Can you eliminate that?
I've had several.
That's ugly. It's like third world.
Several people
I
have reached
absolutely
out.
detest it. Can you eliminate it?
Of course.
Thank you.
There are a lot
absolutely.
of, I hate folks want to repurpose.
I hate it.
Okay.
I hate it. It looks like third world. Please, you can't have corrugated metal. Absolutely not. Sorry. Okay, please go ahead.
Now go. All right. Good evening, Mayor Franklin, council members. My name's Dave Pinto. I'm the project applicant with Legacy Partners. We're excited to be here tonight after receiving unanimous approval from Planning Commission. We're also excited about delivering much needed supply of housing, although it's a smaller project, but to the 78 corridor in North County, San Diego, there's only 260 for sale units available, new product along the 78 corridor. So it's an opportunity to add to that stock. I'd like to thank staff, specifically Mr. Winters, for his hard work and getting us to this point on through the application process. Mr. Winters did a great presentation, so I just wanted to touch on these slides. And the highlights here are, slide please, community feedback, and the process that we went through to kind of come to solutions with the community, and then project benefits. Based on 2 city council pre-screens, 2 community outreach, and several correspondence with residents and local neighbors, we've taken this project from 55 units down to 38 units, so we've lowered the intensity and the height. And I think we ended up with a project that fits nicely in this area, and it's going to improve the existing conditions significantly. So the bullets here are what we've heard through the community meetings that we've had and with the pre-screen. And most important here is the traffic safety. Speed of travel, you guys were just talking about this. We did, all of these, we went through CEQA, we were able to hire consultants and study each one of these with professionals and really try to find solutions. We have a traffic engineer here tonight, but yes, there is speed of travel on this road. The 85th percentile speed going southbound is 10% and 24% going northbound. So it's a 35 speed limit there. So there is some speed going. We've agreed to install feedback signs, and we believe that the creation of striping these streets, creating a bike lane, proper striping, the median in the middle of that road will create the vehicular travel there being more cognizant of where they're driving. Safety, egress out of the driveways was a big issue. We worked with our planning, our traffic, and the city's traffic engineer, creating that median lane. So queuing out of the driveways improve. They can make their way out to the median and then merge onto ongoing traffic. And then more traffic. Yes, our project, it will create more traffic over a vacant lot today. The important part here is that the northern piece is zone commercial and would generate a lot more traffic than what we're currently proposed at the 24 townhomes. There was a lot of calls being notified that there's homeless encampments in the back of the property and in the buildings. The landowner had to chase them out of there, and they've tried to do a good job of, keeping that property safe. And obviously with the development, that would go away. The poor condition of the wall that's failed several times during the rains that was falling over. With our project, we would replace that entire westerly wall between our project and Green Valley community. We heard about the water runoff during big rain events. It runs across the street and across the site. With our street improvements, it would collect the water and properly take it off site. And obviously on site, we capture the water, clean it, and dispose of it. The landslide that recently occurred back in March, we have our geotechnical engineer here. We did a study early on. We did several borings. When this incident happened, we were notified. He touched base with several, I think Oceanside. He went out and toured the site of the slide, and we acknowledge that our project will not exacerbate any of the landslide issues. Trespassing of our future residents into the Green Valley mobile home park. So we've tried to come up with some solutions to limit that, and recently been working with the community manager on this. Implementing a parking pass program for our residents, so we'd have stickers on there that they would be able to notify that if our residents are parking in their community. We would pay for signage of those 20 stalls on the driveway entry into their community, and a security camera, high resolution with a recorder so they can see of any trespassers coming onto their property. And then just, we've heard that we did not have sufficient parking. We exceed parking by 3. Project benefits. So we're really going to transform this road. There's significant costs and improvements here going on. So the reduced traffic trips just versus what's currently zoned there today, improving that traffic safety with the left-hand turn lane in the median and the speed calming signs. We think the improving the connectivity for pedestrians of the bike lane and the sidewalk up to the commercial will be great. The biological enhancement, we worked with Fish and Wildlife. They wanted us to set back off the top creek 35 feet and mitigate off-site. We're working with the local land bank, and we're gonna also reseed with native plants. And then housing, providing attainable housing. There's limited supply in the market, and the land use here is one of the last commercial pieces south of Buena Creek, and we think that this now fits nicely with existing land uses. Safety, the addition of the house and removing the blight will improve safety. The storm drain with the elimination of the runoff, the new wall, the undergrounding of the power lines, and the increase of property tax base, and participating in the inclusionary housing program. We did do 2 renderings that our landscape architect put together. So this shows the street improvements, the median lane, the bike lane, the sidewalk, and the landscape setback. Next slide, please. And then this is the northerly parcel's entrance into the community. That concludes my presentation. I'm here for comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we do have 7 members of the public that would like to be heard on this item. We'll start out with Ann Hall, followed by Suzanne, looks like McMurchie, followed by John Borman. So if you would, please be ready when you hear your name called. Ms. Hall.
Hello, I'm Ann Hall. I'm the HOA president at Green Valley Mobile Home Park, and I thank you for listening to us. Our basic concern is traffic. People do speed, and even putting the median lane will not slow them down, nor a radar, because they could just say, hey, I'm going 35, I'm not going to slow down. People go really, really fast, and even there is a sign going 20 miles per hour up the corner, people still speed. I point at it, but people still do it. There was talk about putting 2 roundabouts in, and we were thinking it was a good thing, but thinking about the fire trucks that visit our mobile home park, because we are 55 plus, I don't think those will work. And I'm like a lot of the other people with the streets with speeders, speed humps will probably be what we need to do, because we can't slow them down any other way, and we need to get out. So I guess maintain the middle lane for us to get out of our park, but the speed humps to slow them down. Thank you for listening.
Suzanne McMurchie, followed by John Borman.
Sorry for the delay.
No worries.
Suzanne McMurchie, resident of the Green Valley Mobile Home Park for the past 11 years. The presentation looks lovely, but I did want to ask the city council members, how often do you travel down Sunset Drive, heading towards the 78? And I'm very curious as to when the traffic study was done, what months of the year and what days of the week. Because when we're trying to get out of our park, Monday through Friday during school times, it can take us up to 15 minutes to leave the park. And with the additional residents on either side of us, that's just going to add more time to us being able to access roadways. And again, we're concerned about emergency vehicles because we are a senior park And we usually have an ambulance and/or a fire truck entering 3 times a week, sometimes multiple times during the day. We're also concerned about what's going to happen during the construction. So we're sure that this is going to pass. And again, the project looks lovely, but we are going to be impacted greatly by this. And some of you think that the homeless situation will be resolved by putting up new homes. I don't know how many of you have ever gone down Marin Road into Oceanside, where they built all those beautiful apartments. If you're down there at 6:30 or 7 in the morning, at least 50 homeless people are leaving that new home area because that's where they're camping. So will this resolve the homeless issue? Doubtful. It might cut it down a little bit, but they're not going to go away. And I'm also curious, is Legacy Partners paying to not have to have low-income housing or low-income condos or townhouses, or are they going to accommodate low income? I'm very curious about that, because if they can just pay a fee, they're not going to accommodate low income. Thank you for your time.
John Borman, followed by Steve Harvey. Very good. Steve Harvey, followed by Joe Frischman.
I'm not going to read off the paper that I handed you out. That should have been something you did with your due diligence in looking at this proposal and project. I'm going to just talk from the heart. I've lived in the park since October of '99, and I know a lot about the area. This project is the wrong thing. For you to imply that it fits the area is ludicrous. It doesn't fit the area. We are not mentioned in anything that you've presented, neither the city nor the people behind me that are doing the project. In fact, our first exposure to the Legacy Group was when they came out and drilled in the northern section that you're going to change from C1 to R1, and they drilled through the electrical line that not only shut the power off in our park for 14 hours, it shut Costco down and Santiago. And I'm supposed to trust that these people are going to be concerned about my well-being? This isn't going to happen. The other folks have talked to you about the traffic. You're going to have to fix the road. During that time, and Deputy Mayor, you brought up a good point, safety. We have anywhere from 5 to 10 emergency firemen and paramedics in our park daily, weekly. That's a lot of people with health issues. When that road's shut down in order to prepare it properly, what are the firemen going to do? Wait in line to get in? That could be a life that's lost. Even one life will be on you. And those that are proposing that this is a good idea. I'm sorry. I believe we, the 155 residents in the park, deserve more consideration than just going ahead with this project. On paper, it looks beautiful. In reality, it's going to be a nightmare. It's going to change the serenity and calm in my life. And for every day it does, you can count on me coming here to disturb your life, because I'm not going to put up with all the disturbance it's going to cause. And I am an activist. Katie will attest to that. And when election time comes up, if you all, which I know you're going to do, vote yes, you'll see me again, and it won't be in favor of you.
Joe Frischman, followed by Stephanie Jackal.
Hi, my name's Joe Frischman. I'm a resident of Green Valley Mobile Home Park. I've been talking for years now about the geological things that go on in this area and so forth. This past year, I said we're going to have a landslide. We did have a landslide. And regardless of what their geological survey says, that's bought and paid for and shut our power down for 14 hours, and so forth. So that shows you how accurate they are at locating wires before they do a survey. Anyway, we have another project behind us, Emerald Ridge, which is on the other side of Skyhaven Road. That's only about a quarter to a third of a mile of north or south of where this project is going to begin. That is unstable ground. It is the fill over there from the previous landslides that occurred that destroyed the 9 homes in the area that, heck, I forget what they used to call Pacifica, I believe, and so forth. That's all been moved down there, so that's just all loose ground and so forth. It's going to require a lot for them to be able to make that so that it would be stable enough to support their project. Their project's going to slide downhill into Vista and with the landslides and so forth, which is going to affect the mobile home park, first of all, but secondly, it's going to also affect this project. The way it would affect this project is by a phenomenon that's caused by landslides called slumping, which is out in front of the landslide itself. Like if you, for example, if you push down on a pillow, you'll notice that it picks up and it'll bulge up on the side that you're pushing towards and so forth. This would destabilize the foundations and everything for the project that they want to build. And so I don't think they've taken that into consideration, the fact that that will occur somewhere down the road. Landslides are an inevitability in this area. They're going to happen. I know the city manager here has come out and talked to me about them several times and so forth. He's well aware of what I'm talking about, and I just think it's a bad idea. I just totally think the project's a bad idea.
Stephanie Jackal, followed by Richard Goldberg.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am speaking tonight for South Vista communities. We understand that housing is greatly needed in our area and in our state, and this might be an excellent location for such a project. However, as currently presented, we do not believe this project is the right one yet for this location. I'd like to emphasize, too many housing units are crammed into the 2 plots of land. This project is too dense. Not enough parking spaces, 76 residential spaces for 38 townhouses of 2 and 3 bedroom units. How many houses will have 3 or 4 cars, not just 2? The geography of this area does not allow for much, if any, street parking. Will residents have to be encroaching into other neighborhoods to find parking? Probably, likely. We've seen this before in Vista. It is essential that the Vista Fire Department approve the access, ingress, and egress of both plots of land for safety. I'm glad to hear about the traffic study that was done, but we're still very concerned about traffic safety. This is a winding, undivided 2-lane road, except for where they're going to put in the center one, going uphill and down dale. And even now, you have to be very cautious driving through there. We believe the tot lot is better placed on the western half and the play area on the eastern half, and the addition of a designated dog park would be useful. We ask you, the council, to please request the developer reevaluate his project for the benefit of our community and for the future project residents. Thank you.
Richard Goldberg.
Good evening. We've been here many times before, and I don't care how much lipstick you put on a pig, it's not going to work. There are things that have already been mentioned, and the one thing of all the traffic coming in there, which has been mentioned. What it doesn't take into account are the people doing the driving. I mentioned to Ms. Melendez the other night that of the people coming off Hacienda, coming off the freeway, they don't care whether they're blocking the entrances or not. Plus, you're still using Sunset to get to Melrose. So that's where the traffic is going to be. Also, you have, with these 38 units, possibly up to 154 people. How many cars are that going to be? Now, so it could be a lot, again, trying to pull out. And it's been mentioned before how that can be impeded. The problem is, if you pass this, that when the problems come to fruition, you guys won't be here. I may not be here, but the people who buy, the current residents and future residents, will have to put up with it. The same way when Costco went in 30 years ago and things were done, that's bearing fruit now of the trees and the palm trees that have been, where the ground has been, again, away because of the way the water has been. So what you do may not be seen for a number of years, but this is not going to be a good idea to me for Green Valley or Santiago across the street. So please consider everything we've said, and even, as I said, even though the presentation may have been very, very pretty, it will not work, and you won't see the results for years from now, and that's about it. Thank you.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for the presentation, and thank you to the applicant for being here and presenting, and thank you to the residents who came to speak. I got a chance to meet with some of you folks from Green Valley Mobile Home Park last night, and it's always good to visit with you. It's always good to talk to you and be frank about different issues that are going on that could affect you, whether that be traffic or development. And I made a commitment to advocate for you the best that I could based on the item that is before me tonight. So from those conversations, there are a couple of things that I hope my council will consider in approving this project. I know it is recommended by our traffic commission to approve it, and it's recommended by our staff to approve it. And I'm grateful that the applicant is willing to participate in our inclusionary housing requirements. I would like to just recognize that as being one of the top issues that I had going into this meeting tonight was the affordability aspect. And seeing an applicant be compliant with our inclusionary housing requirements, that's just the right thing to do. So I'm pleased with that, but I think there's a lot that we need to ensure if we are going to reevaluate the land use here, just so that the kind of public is clear and just the general story of this project here. It's essentially two parcels, one zoned residential, one zoned commercial, and the applicant is requesting a change in the land use on the commercial side so that residential could be built instead. And when you look at this development, we have to recognize that it does seem to encroach upon the driveway of the Green Valley Mobile Home Park. And that can be very alarming to the folks here in our neighborhood in Green Valley. And I think that a lot of their concerns regarding safety, quality of life, traffic are things that we should address before approving this project. So appreciate everyone's feedback and your frankness and honesty with me about what you would like to see. And then also, as we have a group conversation with our whole council, I'll put out some recommendations of what I think we can do to move forward. And then, of course, see what type of appetite our applicant has. Sir, could you please join us? I apologize if you could remind me of your name. I had a couple of questions for you.
David Pinto.
David Pinto, thank you so much for being here. My first question is with the inclusionary housing. What is the intention? I know that we do have an in lieu fee for the affordable units. Would you be able to speak on that now? Is the project intended to have affordable units on site, or would you intend to pay an in lieu fee so that the city could collect a fee for future affordable housing development?
Yeah. I'm not sure what we do here. It's too early to tell. We just need the flexibility in the ordinance. This was just brought up yesterday. So we have not finalized our financing, and so I'm not sure.
Okay, but you are agreeing to build affordable units, or you're agreeing to pay an in lieu fee?
We would do either one. I just don't know what that looks like yet. I have not been able to evaluate.
Okay. For our city manager, I just had a kind of clarifying question. At this stage in the review process, and this has happened before, a developer would come before me and I would recognize the value of the project, but say that I would probably want to see an affordable aspect to it. When that occurs, is it typical to include an in lieu fee in that affordability requirement?
So our inclusionary ordinance allows either or for the developers. The condition typically states they have to meet our code requirement, and that allows them to either build the units on site or pay the in lieu fee, which is typically determined at the time that we issue a construction permit.
Okay. And what would be any disadvantage of or benefit of requiring the units to be built on site and not offering an in lieu fee at all?
The benefit would simply be providing those units on the project site and not paying the city to build them elsewhere.
Okay. Is there any benefit to allowing for an in lieu fee?
The in lieu fee would go into our inclusionary account, and it would be able to be used for any affordable housing that the city wants to put it toward.
Okay. So I'm open to the either or for that reason. I wanted to check in about some other additional conditions that may need to be considered tonight. The first is infrastructure and traffic. I see the rendering that's been provided, the road expansion, the middle turning lane being provided, as well as the sidewalks, bike lane, and speed limit monitoring. My primary concern here is been reflected from the neighbors. And Ms. Hall, you said this very well, that we need to get out, right? The residents of the mobile home park here at Green Valley, they need to be able to get out. There needs to be able to be some sort of provision of right-of-way for the folks that are exiting and entering the mobile home park. Right now, that isn't established. So with the intersection of both Santiago Estates and Green Valley Mobile Home Park, there's no indication of right-of-way. They're simply driveways that open up into what is a heavily trafficked street, and that would be a concern. One way we can mitigate that is through traffic calming. In my conversation with the neighbors last night, several folks brought up different infrastructure improvements that they would recommend, right? We talked about roundabouts and traffic circles. I was surprised that people brought that up independently and recommended that. And I also received your email earlier today, and about the concerns about traffic circles in that area and first responders. But then there's also other things like speed tables, speed humps, and chicanes, which I think we spoke about this last night, folks, where if somebody is, you go straight down a road, there's no traffic calming, speed monitoring, but you can insert chicanes, which are kind of diversions, right? You can kind of like block out like some turns. I don't know if I'm describing that right. I feel like I need a traffic engineer to help me out. But chicanes can be another way to slow traffic down while also keeping the same width of the road. So I would like to see some sort of injection of traffic calming, of speed mitigation, if this were to be approved. Otherwise, what we're doing is that we're saying that there's going to be all these new neighbors. We're saying that there's going to be a road widening, but there's not going to be any traffic calming for the folks that are coming in and out, and who might not have the same level of visibility that they need on their driveway. So, like I said, this project is right on top of the driveway of Green Valley Mobile Home Park, so their impact is evident.
It improves their visibility when they're exiting
Okay.
because it's recessed back.
Okay. What are your thoughts on the chicanes to slow traffic down? Visibility might be there, but what about
I don't know
managing
what,
speeds?
I really don't know what that is. I mean,
Okay.
I have a traffic engineer here. He's the expert. I don't.
Sure, please. Let's all participate in this conversation. Hello, sir.
Hello, my name is John Borman. I'm a traffic engineer with Lynn Scott Law in Greenspan. We're a local traffic engineering firm. So good questions. I would say to start with, in general, for traffic calming, while on a road like Maryland Street, traffic calming, there's a lot of options. On Sunset, that's a circulation element roadway. So usually you don't do traffic calming on the circulation element roadways. Chicanes, you'd have to put some barriers within the road to kind of make people slow down, to weave a little bit, if you will. Roads like this, I don't see that working very well here. I would keep in mind as well that one of the jobs as a traffic engineer for this project is to try to leave the road and the situation better than what it is right now, even with a little bit of even with the extra traffic this project will add. And this two-way left turn lane, the center turn lane, right now, when you're leaving the mobile home park, you have to cross both directions of traffic at the same time. You have to look right, you have to look left, there's no refuge in the middle, and to make your left turn out. And to make a left turn into the mobile home park, there's no left turn lane today. You're stopping in the middle of Sunset to turn left into the site. So I understand it is some high speeds on Sunset. I understand the apprehensive. I do a lot of these community meetings, and I get all that. But if I live there, this is a much better situation. And I'm say that, look you right in the eye and say, this is a better situation than what it is today, be able to not have to cross both directions of traffic. So I don't think a road like this is really conducive to traffic calming like the earlier conversation with Maryland. So that's what I would say.
Okay, thank you so much for that perspective. I personally don't think that the center lane is sufficient, and I would be interested in what our city traffic engineers would have to say. With that, I recognize that there are major thoroughfares that have these certain elements in other cities, so I wouldn't completely rule it out as an option. I will go ahead and move on from the traffic and infrastructure concerns, where I think I would only really support this item if there was some sort of speed mitigation for the folks there. To also talk a little bit about ecological responsibility, recently we have had some landslides in the area, and that is extremely concerning. Could our staff or the applicant speak to issues with the soil, issues with landslides in the area?
We have our geotechnical engineer here. Sean?
Hi, good evening. My name is Sean Whedon. I work for Geocon Incorporated. I've been working in the County of San Diego for about 23 years. Once we heard about the landslide that occurred on the mobile home park that's located to the southwest, we did take another look at the area. The topography on the site is a lot less steep than what is on the property, on the subject property. So because of that, the potential for landsliding is a little bit less, and the height of the slope is also about a third of what it was on the mobile home park. So the potential for landsliding does decrease when you have a lower slope at a flatter inclination. But because we wanted to make sure that there weren't any issues, we did to perform some additional drilling out there. We took into consideration the adjacent topography. We also were able to collect some additional information on the property located across the street from to the south. And using all that information, we did put together a new model, perform some additional slope stability analysis, perform some additional laboratory tests. And based on that, we do conclude that the factor of safety is adequate for the site. We will be performing some grading operations that will interrupt that a landslide bedding plane shear that will actually help increase the factor of safety of the site. So, in summary, the site will have a better, safer condition than what's out there today, and the adjacent properties, roadways, and the mobile home park will not be affected.
Thank you for your response. I appreciate that. No more questions for you. But I wanted to ask our city manager if a project like this comes before the council, are there any stipulations that we can require that the developer have take ongoing responsibility for future ecological issues that may occur in regards to the soil that they're building on?
That's the developer's responsibility inherently. They're responsible for grading the site and meeting the city's specifications when they develop the property. If there are any issues after the fact, that's on the ownership of the property.
Okay.
That liability falls with them.
Okay. That's reassuring. Another area of ecological responsibility, I think, has to do with the creek area. Would you be able to speak to some of the actions you would be willing to take in the creek area?
So we were working with Dudek, who is the biological consultant. They prepared the biological report. We worked with Fish and Wildlife to derive that setback. And the conditions that they asked us to do was either replant and reseed on site or mitigate off-site, which we've elected to do both. In the creek, we don't have any. I don't know. We're not contemplating anything inside the creek.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that. I spoke with the property manager at Green Valley, and she mentioned that there were some items that you had agreed to be supportive in to help mitigate some of the neighbors' concerns. Could you clarify that these are items that you've agreed to? A camera mounted at the front of the clubhouse to monitor and identify trespassers, signage clearly identifying front parking area for Green Valley Mobile Home Park only, and new block wall bordering their driveway and south parcel. Could you speak to those?
I agree to all those. Yes, we discuss all those. Clarification on the wall, it would be the westerly wall.
Okay.
So in between our two parcels, our three parcels, and their property.
Okay. And the folks that are residents of the project, they would have parking permit stickers. Is that correct?
Yeah, so that we would implement a parking pass program with the HOA.
So you can identify if someone from the residence is parking in Green Valley Mobile Home Park.
You can identify their car.
Okay. All right. The last concern that I have, and it sounds like generally I feel confident in the ecological responsibility there. I'm still not content with infrastructure and traffic mitigation and speed mitigation. I don't think that a center turning lane is sufficient. And then also I'm concerned about emergency response. This was something that was posed to me by the residents, and I wanted to clarify this with our city manager. He spoke briefly with me about it last night. But in a situation like this where there's only one entry and exit for Green Valley Mobile Home Park, is there any reasonable expectation that we can require the developer of this project to allow for a secondary exit for the Green Valley Mobile Home Park residents, or is that outside of what we're legally allowed to require? Thank you, City Attorney.
I would, at this point, say we couldn't. It would be an extraction that has no real nexus with the project, so I'd be a little careful on that. But just from what you're asking, I would say no.
Okay.
Without any further information.
Okay, so that confirms what I spoke about with Mr. Conley last night, and this is to education for the community as I was learning about this as well, that it wouldn't necessarily be feasible for us to require an additional emergency entrance to Green Valley Mobile Home Park. So with that, I think my biggest concern in personally voting for this item is how are we going to make sure that the infrastructure meets the needs for these new neighbors and for the existing neighbors? And with that, I'd love to hear from the rest of my council.
Okay, and at this time, we're going to close the opportunity for public comment. We do have one more speaker on Zoom, Francis Dumler. Francis. Hi, Francis.
Hi, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. My name is Francis Dumler. I am president of the South Vista Community, a neighborhood organization. The potential number of dwellers is unacceptably dense for this location and will have a significant environmental impact on the surrounding community. The green areas for resident use are minimal and need to be increased. Many of the potential owners or renters are likely two-income families with 2 or 3 vehicles per unit. The number of proposed parking slots will be on the short end. EV public charges need to be included. Lack of parking is a significant problem as Sunset and Sky Haven are 2-lane roads with little or no street parking. Many residents will be commuting to work via the 78 and its nearby entry-exit points. This will add significant congestion to a crowded 78 Emerald Avenue Zindan Drive corridor. Implementation of a corrective action, less density, more green space, increased parking, and road and traffic improvements is required for this project to meet the developer and community mutual objectives. We ask City Council to require the applicants to reconsider the proposal to provide a better project for its potential residents and the community at large. Thank you for your attention.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
First, I want to thank the public for coming and voicing your concerns throughout this entire process. I know that it can be disturbing to see a vacant lot become something else. Next to my house, I had 305 unit apartment complex go up with zero affordable anything, market rate. There's another one by right that's going to be going up. And I know it's concerning. I want to say that the first thing, when I talk to city manager about this, we do a agenda review before the council meeting. And the first thing I said is I have a serious concern about the excessive speeds on Sunset. And the fact that this is going to create a new residential neighborhood where there's an existing condition that is not being mitigated. I'm sorry, the speed radar feedback signs are a joke. We heard about that earlier. I really need to see a commitment to traffic calming here, and I don't buy it that we can't do it. That's the same type of arguments that I fought against and that I ran to represent my city so that we can actually get traffic calming. And it's been a long process. It took me 2 terms to get to the point where we could have a petition, we can have speed humps, right? So understanding that I'm not an expert in that, and I have other people around me that are, and that we've been able to include different traffic calming infrastructure. I don't understand why in this section we cannot do a better job. I have a concern regarding the middle lane. I mean, I can just see it right now. There's going to be head-on collisions. We're talking about folks that, with all due respect, it's difficult the older you get to be able to quickly maneuver. I don't mean that in a disrespectful way, but that's a serious concern that I have. And we just heard from folks off Maryland that have had this speed radar feedback sign it doesn't do anything. That's something I've talked to the city manager about. I mean, it's just not enough. So I do need to see more. And I will say I'm a huge proponent for affordable housing. We absolutely, we can't say no to affordable housing just because we want to keep an existing condition. You may not agree with me on that. I don't have any children, but other folks are having kids and they need to live somewhere. And we need to accommodate that type of growth. You know, we don't have this huge amount of growth like we've seen in the past in Vista, but people are still having kids. And they really, I mean, right now it is so difficult to afford to live just in general. I want to ensure that the crisis that we see of folks experiencing homelessness does not continue to increase at the rate that it is. And we actually know that the largest population experiencing homelessness right now are seniors. And I just want to see these trends reverse, and we can't do that unless we build affordable housing. Now, whether they built it or they pay an in lieu fee, you know, we had a council majority that passed this inclusionary housing, and if it's, I prefer to hold developers accountable, which is why I wanted to have inclusionary housing. I would prefer that the affordable housing be built on site. In the case that it's not, we are collecting these fees, and you know, we are able as a city to kind of help facilitate using sometimes public land. We have 2 projects right now in the RFP stage for permanent supportive housing, and these fees can go to that to help folks. I would say for me, one, Councilmember Melendez had a list of recommendations. I think that it's the first time I hear it, that you all went through. I want to ensure that those are codified as part of the council motion if this is to go forward. Do we have sufficient information? I can't remember what they are, but do we have sufficient information to roll that into the recommendations?
So we jotted down that the property developer has agreed with Green Valley Mobile Home Park that they would provide cameras and signs for the parking and coordinate with their HOA on a parking permit stickers program, and would construct a new block wall along the westerly property line. And we could include that as a condition of approval. And we would want to have the applicant just once again concur with that.
Okay, so when the time comes, we can ensure that if we do move forward with this, that those are 100% going to happen. What is our enforcement on that?
We could require that that all is completed prior to issuance of a building permit.
I would 100%. We have to take that route.
That's acceptable.
Not that I
to
don't
staff.
believe developers, but sometimes they give us room to not believe. So I want to ensure that we do not allow anything to move forward unless these are already completed recommendations. The other, I thought it was really interesting bringing up the EV charging. I'm familiar a little bit with our climate action plan, but I do believe that in our climate action plan, it stipulates that multifamily housing needs to provide EV chargers.
So I believe there is a policy in there, but that would require the city to adopt an ordinance to require that. It's not just because it's identified as a goal in the climate action plan, so we would have to require that. I believe there's state law that requires EV chargers now for multifamily.
The building code requires that the house be all electric ready, and it does require a certain amount of electric charging ready. So it has to be kind of pre-plumbed for that.
Well, usually these new developments are. My issue is that I'm hearing from our city manager that we do not currently have the authority to mandate something in our climate action plan, which is not good, because that is
the council can condition it if they'd like in this, for this application, but it's not in our
100%.
code yet.
I want to condition that. Let's put EV chargers. Do we condition how many?
I think it should be reasonable, and I think the applicant's willing to agree to that also.
Applicant, I'd love to hear from you. And it's David?
David, yes. California, the Title 24 requires us to provide those. So as of the new building code, I think it's 40%, or we would, there's a tier. Our architect is here. He would know, he should know the code.
When you say provide those, are you talking about the actual infrastructure that is going to be EV charging? So you pull up your EV and it's ready to charge, or just the ready to?
There's a tier, there's three
This is a California, these are townhomes, so it's California Residential Code. California Green Building Standards Code has the EV requirements. For townhomes, every garage, and we have a 2-car garage for every home, each garage will be provided with the capacity and at least a low-level 2 receptacle. So if, again, I'm not trying to make things worse for David here, but you could have a 20 amp or a 40 amp. What you have to realize is the entire state of California is doing this at every hearing I come to. Right now, Edison, PG&E, San Diego Gas and Electric, there's a lot of infrastructure that the private sector is trying to work through. So I think the Green Building Code in California is at the forefront of this. I think they've done a really great job this last code cycle. I personally would go with the state standard. I think that for the projects we're working on, both single family and apartments and townhomes, most of our developers are looking forward. They see this as a market benefit. They're not trying to exclude folks with EV cars or trying to get away with not spending the money. They're absolutely behind this 110% because they realize this is the way it's going. So again, whatever you're comfortable with, but I do believe the state law is adequate in this case.
And I'm not trying to make it worse for you. I'm trying to make it better for our community.
No, I understand. We
just as a clarification.
All new projects that we're permitting after January 1st are all in the new Title 24, and so I don't know the exact percentages, but there's 3 tiers. We have to wire for a percentage. We have to provide that we can hook up immediately. And then we have to provide chargers. So I don't know the exact codes, but.
And is there guest parking?
There is guest parking.
How many spots? Do you remember? I don't remember, so.
34.
34. Are any of those EV charging? This is the issue that I've brought up before, is that I'm not seeing us building EV charging on the guest spot, because everybody says, the house itself is ready and plumbed for electricity, but what about folks that are going to be guests?
We would want to have some guest stalls. The ones that we're designing right now, we're mostly providing them in open stalls, not in garages. The for sale product is a little bit different. The code reads a little bit differently, but we would want some in the guest stalls.
And can you tell me what some, what does that mean?
I haven't evaluated. I mean, I don't know the exact, percentages here, but we would provide whatever we're required to do. I think we could do. I have to be careful because what I don't want is to not market the homes that don't have the EV capable, the setup, the tie back to the meter and the panel that they can't. If they have an electric car, they're not going to buy that house. So I don't know what sort of commitment I can make. I can say we can meet the current California, or whatever the current Title 24 standard, Cal Green standards are at the time.
Does anyone know what that standard is? I don't know, so. 1?
All garages?
All garages are ready plus 1 stall. In townhomes, these are not apartments, this is a for sale townhome project. 2 different standards in the state of California. The apartment standard is 25%, 10%, and 5%. So again,
So for, okay. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, hold on. So, yeah, you would have to come to the microphone. It's important that the public record is complete. And unless we're speaking in our microphones, it will be not complete, so.
Yeah. I think, so the apartment standard is 5% of what's called a level 2. So it's basically the charger that I think you're thinking of. So I would believe a 5% of the 34 stalls would be reasonable, which is just a couple stalls. But again, it's how many is enough, how much is too much, how much then trips them into additional infrastructure relative to the electric that they're needing to provide. So it's not something that we should, I would say best efforts.
Open stalls, guest stalls?
Yeah, open stalls.
Okay.
Again, I think it's similar to the traffic questions and the geological questions. We're not equipped here tonight to put that standard. I think best efforts with staff. I think a condition that says that, again, take all the considerations as they work towards building permits and exceed, if you want to say exceed, by 10% the standards perhaps.
Okay, I appreciate the conversation because this is, in city manager, I just want to, since we don't have an ordinance, this is something that I think needs to be agendized as part of our CAP. Because I don't want, California is adopting electric vehicles at a very, very high rate. And in fact, the state's going to make it illegal to, have any more gas-powered vehicles, so.
So the state law allows or requires one per dwelling for a for-sale unit. It would be at our discretion to include requirements for guest parking, but we can certainly bring that back.
Yeah, we need to be forward-thinking. Sure. Right now, it's actually kind of, we're not really that forward-thinking because this is already, being adopted at a high rate, and I don't think we have enough infrastructure. So, and just question procedurally, I know that this is a public hearing. Is this going to come before the council again, or is this the last time it comes before the council?
This is the final hearing, unless it's continued.
Okay. Okay, well, I definitely want to ensure that the guest parking has EV chargers. Level 2, we're actually trying to go for a level 3 standard. So cars can get charged a little bit faster. But, and so I'm hearing 5%, but we can condition for more. One of the things is that I don't want to tip it into the point where we're not able to get any kind of homes at all. Because it's really important for me to have more affordable housing here in Vista. Okay. Other than that, I think that the project is a good project, but I just, with the current road design, I have too many concerns, and I don't know what we're going to do in this meeting. I look forward to hearing from the rest of my council members what we're going to do to address this concern. But it's not complete to me. This design is not complete. I like everything else and all the stuff that we're adding, but
John was able, Mr. Borman here was able to talk to the traffic engineer or at the city?
So John Borman, Linscott Long Greenspan. One option we could do to do traffic calming there would put stop signs on Sunset at the mobile home driveway. So make it an all-way stop. So Sunset would stop, Green Valley Mobile Home Park would stop, and the other side of Sunset would stop. So if you'd like that for traffic calming to have the Sunset stop at that intersection, that would be an option. Always stop.
we'll put that into consideration. Yeah, I do not like this current design. I think it lends itself to some serious issues. I'm going to leave it there because I know I have other council members that want to speak, but I might have to jump back into this rotation and see. Depending on what you all have to say, it better be good.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Hey, David, if you can come back up real quick. So one, thank you for the presentation. How many public meetings did you have regarding this project?
We had 2 pre-screen city council hearings, and then we had the planning commission.
Did you invite the public to like a off-record meeting that wasn't agendized by planning commission or by this council?
We had 2 community meetings, one here at a facility at City Hall, and then one at a hotel in Oceanside.
And what was some of the feedback that you received? And the reason I'm asking this is because I ask this to every developer that comes before us. I see a lot of people here that don't support this project. So I'm just curious what the feedback was from the public, what you did to address it, and if people are supportive, where are they?
Sure. So we started out with the project with 55 units and loud and clear, and it's a 3-story product, too dense, too tall. And so we went back to the drawing boards. We met, and that's when we had the community outreach. We showed them new layout, reduced project down to 7. We reduced it by 17 units. We went down to all 2-story. And my slide here, those were the main concerns: was traffic, the homeless, the condition of the wall, the water runoff, the landslide, the trespassing into their community, and there wasn't an insufficient amount of parking.
And do you intend to have a security team at this property? So homelessness is obviously something that has impacted a lot of different residents.
Sure.
And so do you intend to have security to oversee?
Patrol?
Yeah.
No. The comments were more pertaining to like the on-site conditions with homeless people. Like there was encampments and people living on the property, and it was a public nuisance. So,
and my concern is, and it was brought up, is just because, and there's this misconception from a lot of people that just because we build something somewhere, it means that this problem is going to disappear. And the reality is that it doesn't. There are people, they're still living on the streets regardless of whether or not you put up a wall, they're going to be in the neighborhood, whatever it might be. So I would just like to know if there's some type of mitigation or services to help with that. A lot of the questions, I appreciate the comments of my council members, because a lot of the questions I have already been answered. But there's a lot of questions that just can't be answered this evening. And I don't know what it would look like to try and continue this process, because I'm not prepared to say yes to this tonight. I like the design of it. I agree that it does look nice, but I just feel like there's too many unanswered questions that I would need answers to before I could vote yes to approve this. Traffic is a big one, so I don't know if a stop sign's the best answer. I personally am a fan of chicanes. I think that they're great because they do slow traffic down. Putting one in the middle of Sunset that close to a freeway, I don't know if that's the best option, though. So I have concerns from there. But City Manager, what does that look like to try and continue this process so that way?
Council makes a motion to continue it, and it's voted on.
Well, I'm going to make a motion then to continue this rather than to vote yes or no to confirm or deny it, because I just feel like there's too many questions that have gone unanswered that we need more information on as a council, in my opinion, to make the best decision.
So typically, we would ask that you identify a date on which you'd like to continue it to. Our next meeting will be on December 12th, which we can likely have answers to.
Not December 12th. When is the following meeting? When is
that
our
would be
first?
January 9th.
Let's do January 9th. And for now, that's all my comments.
Councilmember O'Donnell, just for my awareness, specific things that you'd like to see addressed at the...
Yeah, I would like to see addressed the questions regarding parking for EV charging. I'd like to see all the potential options we could have for traffic mitigation heading into and out of the property, as well as along Sunset. Those would be the two to start with. I don't know if there's other council members that have other things that they'd like to see, but just small things like that. I shouldn't say small, large things like that.
Good. Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much. Thank you, community, for coming up, and thank you, David and Legacy Partners, for standing in front of everybody and answering all their questions and doing your best. I have seen this project several times, and I think initially when it came here with a 3-story building and the overwhelming amount of units, you got sent right back to the drawing board. And the fact that we're here with just two little issues, not little issues, but 2 issues that are kind of continuing, to me, that is still kind of a win. One thing I wanted to bring to the attention of my council members is that development that's being built right up the hill on Skyhaven Lane right there at Skyhaven and Sunset and Oceanside. They're conditioning a stoplight right there at Skyhaven and Sunset. So that stoplight is within 50 yards of this entrance and exit for this home. So that stoplight is going to be providing a traffic break as the light turns red. There's never been a stoplight at Skyhaven. Skyhaven cuts right through to Lake and Emerald or Lake and Cannon right there. So I feel like this left-hand turn lane, which isn't there right now, and I have been in the Green Valley Mobile Home Park several times over my 30 years here, and you're right, going right over that double yellow through 2 different ways of traffic is super, super unsafe, especially when people are trying to rush to beat that stoplight at Hacienda to get down to the freeway. So I really feel like the stoplight at Skyhaven right there and this left-hand turn lane is tremendously improving the grade of the intersection right there at Green Valley Mobile Home Park. So if you can turn out and just have to go through one lane and wait in the left-hand turn lane to get into oncoming traffic, which there's a guaranteed traffic break coming because there's a stoplight that's on a timer going in and out, I don't think we have people waiting at that intersection for 15 minutes to get out anymore. So I just want to make sure that when this project, if it doesn't get approved tonight, that we verify there is a stoplight going in there. And when we talk about a traffic break and the actual traffic mitigation that we're doing, that it is adequate. Because in my opinion, a stop sign right there, I don't like the idea of a stop sign there. We talk about people running through stop signs all the time. You're probably going to get in an accident going out that stop sign and somebody's not going through it and they're going to fly through and blindside you. So if you want to do traffic control at this intersection, I was initially thinking a stoplight. But having a stoplight 45, 50 yards up the hill makes me think kind of like the Ascot Drive property is like, hey, you don't want to have back-to-back stoplights. You don't want to have a stoplight in the stop sign. So having this left-hand turn lane following that stop sign is really a good improvement to that intersection. It's a crap intersection right now, okay? It is. And adding these townhomes to it, which, is it 30 or something like that? What's the number of townhomes? 38 townhomes, okay? So we're gonna have maybe another 100 people, 120 people going in and out. To get these many improvements, you got a sidewalk there now, right? You got a sidewalk running around that area. You got a little bit of widening. You took a little bit of extra road. These people have done all the CEQA studies that they have to do. They've taken into consideration the slumping aspect. They've did everything that they were supposed to do. So I feel like having that signal at Skyhaven with this left-hand turn lane is enough. I don't want to do anything else traffic-wise. If you say you want to put a stop sign, I would probably begrudgingly accept it if that's what gets the project through. But I think the traffic engineers that we have working on this project and that work for the city really looked at the big picture and said, hey, how can we keep the traffic flowing, which, as you know, it's important to keep traffic flowing, but also keep it safe for not only these residents, but the other residents. The other thing that we addressed is the ingress and egress in this project. Is initially it was coming through all different ways, and now we have it set to each little pocket has their own ingress and egress. One of them does have a fire exit, which is great, and the other one doesn't, but it's a small enough units where it doesn't make an issue. What I wanted to check out is somebody brought it to the attention. Hey, what do our firefighters think about this? I happen to have a new fire chief, Gerard Washington. I'm hoping he is in the building today, and I would like to speak with him about fire safety for this particular project. So, Mr. Washington, if you are in the building, come on by. I just want to make sure that the public knows it was said that when we're doing the construction improvements, how is the fire department going to get in? How is the sheriff's department going to get in? I want to make sure there's some type of traffic control in place that while the construction is being done, the residents of Green Valley Mobile Home Park have no concern when it comes to their safety. So, Mr. Washington, are you familiar with this particular project, sir?
Good evening. No.
Oh, nice.
But there has been discussions in our meeting earlier as we were celebrating the academy graduation. We talked about this very subject. And so me and my command staff, along with a couple of inspectors, are going to go take a look and be in constant communications as this is being built.
And you know, our primary job as a city council is public safety. We allocate the majority of our budget to it. So we never want to put a project in the middle of the community that's going to jeopardize the safety of any of our citizens. And we really rely on you and our fire department when we approve projects like this to say, hey, we've looked at ingress and egress. We've looked at trips per day. We've talked to people. And if somebody calls 911, our response time to this development isn't going to be affected adversely by this project. And if it is going to be affected adversely, we need to know what are the circumstances that adversely affect it. Because, you know, in my opinion, I don't see anything really holding up, you know, traffic flow here or holding up your ability to access this mobile home park. Now, in your experience as a firefighter, when there are developments that are happening on large arterial roads like this, have you ever had a problem accessing, you know, is it something that's going to hold you back 20, 30 minutes accessing a patient, or like response times? What does this do for public safety?
I'm sorry, I was kind of eavesdropping on a conversation.
Oh, was it a good one? I didn't hear that one. No, it's good.
So.
I'm just wondering, what's the effect a project will have on response times? Because it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, City Manager Conley, that we would never completely shut down access to a residential neighborhood, period. If somebody calls 911, we have traffic control and we have the ability for you to ingress and egress promptly and efficiently for the safety of our community.
Yeah, that is true.
Okay.
That's absolutely. If there was a concern with that, we would definitely say no and explain why and show the result of what could happen if you were to close that off to emergency vehicles. It could be disastrous.
Okay, and David, just a quick shake of the head, yes, right here would be super beneficial for you. You will ensure that at time of construction, my fire department and my sheriff's department have no issues with ingress or egress, and there's no additional delays in their response times? Shake that head. Yes, fantastic. Okay, so that was a concern. Signal there. Let's see. Fire. That is good. Ingress and egress intersection. Do you get a lot of call? Are you aware of the amount of calls for service that our department gets to this particular station, or is this not a area that's currently serviced by one of our stations? I know it's real close to the Oceanside station off of Thunder and Lake right there, so I'm not really sure.
We do get called there, as a matter of fact. Several people mentioned it a few times. Fire department comes, and we do get called there. I've been briefed on our responses and rigs and going up and down the hill and fun stuff like that.
Okay. Any of your engineers have issues with line of sight and ingress and egress there that they brought to your attention?
That has not been brought to my attention.
No, that's good. So no ingress or egress issues with engineers that we're aware of. They feel like line of sight is good. In your opinion, and once again, this is just an opinion, having an additional left-hand turn lane without having a left-hand turn lane before, is that an improvement to traffic mitigation and traffic control and exiting and entering, in your opinion?
I'll defer that to the Sheriff's Department.
Okay.
Fire.
Hey, that's fantastic. We'll ask the Sheriff's Department about that. Thank you for answering my questions. If the Sheriff's Captain is in the building, I would love to ask him some questions about ingress and egress and traffic safety. Thank you so much, Mr. Washington. Do any of you have additional questions for Mr. Washington? Okay. Thank you so much. And welcome to Vista, sir. I appreciate you showing up and being here for us.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you.
Good evening.
Back to your rooms, sir. So, Sheriff's Captain, thank you, Mr. John Boyce, Sheriff's Captain, Vista Department. Greatly appreciate you being here this evening. So the question that I am asking that I would like a public service officer to answer is, having a left-hand turn lane on Sunset Drive right here. Are you familiar with the intersection in the road, sir?
Yes.
Okay, so you know Noggles used to be a drive-through over there? Just checking you know. But at that intersection right there, if I have a left-hand turn lane and I have a stoplight at, you know, Skyhaven right above this intersection, would you say from a traffic mitigation standpoint, that improves ingress and egress at this development?
So I'd have to look on a map just to get my
Good news, we got a map we could put up here for the man.
I can do it on my phone too.
No, we're good. We got one of these big screens right here. Do you want me to tell you what page of the agenda report? You could use the agenda report or the, this is the one that I like, the one that says frontage improvements, where it talks about road widening and striping for a two-way left turn lane, speed radar. Oh, wow. It's prehistoric. I apologize, sir. And right now, there's simply a double yellow line. Is that correct, David? What? Well, I know what that is, but I'm saying currently there's a double yellow line that runs down the center of Sunset, I would assume, with a break at the intersection. You can show my my sheriff there where it is.
Okay.
And the reason why I'm trying to do this is, obviously my council's having issues with traffic mitigation, and the two things that Dan wanted to figure out was EV chargers and traffic mitigation. I feel like this is something we may be able to discuss, and even if we don't move it forward, at least you can tell them what the problems are with the current mitigation and what type of improvements you'd like them to bring forward. So, looking at where we're at again, sir, I'm heading down Sunset Drive. I just passed Sky Haven. I'm turning left into this development. Having a left-hand turn lane there as opposed to not, does that make it easier to enter?
I think it would.
Yes.
It would break traffic.
It is.
Yeah,
oh
so,
my gosh. So, and when you exit, if you didn't have to exit with just one double yellow line and you could actually pause in that center lane before veering into traffic, does that improve traffic safety for somebody exiting?
I believe it would make it safer. Yeah, especially people coming down from the 78 because they're flying down there. So
yeah. Okay. As a man who staffs every traffic deputy in the city of Vista and surrounding areas, do you think that this traffic improvement improves safety at this location? And as the traffic safety officer, do you think that a stop sign would be something that would be smart of us to put in, maybe not serve the purpose? Or do you think that what we have here could be sufficient for traffic?
This is for a traffic light.
Yeah,
right?
traffic. You got to, yeah.
I think a stop sign would be a little concerning, considering the speed of cars coming from that direction. So I think a traffic light would be good, as long, and obviously I defer.
But having a traffic light right there, you don't think two traffic lights back to back is a bit issue?
I would defer to traffic engineering to determine that, because I mean, not to pass the buck, but
no, it's cool. That's why we have so many fantastic employees here at the City of Vista.
Because I'm assuming they have like a calculation to determine like timing and what.
I would assume so too. All right. I don't have any more questions for you, traffic safety gentlemen. Thank you so much. I do have more questions for Sam, my traffic engineer, though. Sam, my man, come on forward. Traffic's a big deal, man. I drive a lot, and I drive this road a lot, and I actually love this traffic improvement. But if we need to do more to it, let's do more to it. If we don't, let's keep it as is and get some electric chargers. Sam, how's it going, my man?
Good.
Do you think it would be beneficial to put another stoplight right here for traffic, or is another stoplight redundant when it comes to traffic flow?
It would be redundant, but I think that the traffic light that was referred to at the Sky Haven intersection was part of a different project that, as far as we know at this point, is not moving forward.
So Oceanside, they conditioned it. It was approved, but they're not building that project.
As far as we know at this point, it might be coming back in a different form to the city of Oceanside, but even if it does, I think it could be year or two, who knows how long. But
so if there's going to be no stoplight there, then it makes a lot more sense to have a stoplight here for entrance and exits, in your opinion.
My recommendation would be is to have an always stop at the mobile home park driveway as an interim measure to the future traffic signal at Sky Haven.
Because it's cheaper than spending a bunch of money on a traffic light if another traffic light's coming in.
Yes. And given the traffic volumes on this stretch of Sunset, and if a stop sign is installed correctly with the flashing lights and advanced markings, I believe it should function properly.
And I've seen in the past you've put actually a speed berm right in front of a stop sign before in order to kind of encourage stopping at stop signs. And I know we don't do speed humps on this type of road. What's the state guideline on putting speed humps on circulation roads? It's a no-no, right?
The state guidelines do not. Pretty silent on speed humps, as they're not considered as traffic control devices at all. So it's really the discretion of the local agencies. And where we've done them is at roundabouts, approaches to roundabouts. Yeah. And I probably wouldn't recommend it in this case. I think, again, a stop sign, if it's installed correctly with all the advanced markings and maybe flashing beacons, that the stop sign itself should be adequate.
I would, knowing that, I would be in favor of putting an always stop there as a temporary measure. Just when another project comes forward and they put a stoplight up there, I'm not going to assume I wouldn't be here at that point in time, but perhaps the traffic department and the council looks at the redundancy of stopping people twice coming down that hill. Because if there's a stoplight there, I feel like it makes a huge difference. If there is no stoplight, we have to do some type of temporary, traffic mitigation in addition to just the left-hand turn lane. Although it's still an improvement without it, but I get the concerns of the residents there. So for my,
I'd
say as long as it's a temporary stop sign and when the other stoplight comes on.
I think that would be the most effective measure given the conditions in the
Okay, I appreciate your brain, your knowledge, and just the insight on this, Sam. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. All right. Now, one other thing that caught my eye was that you met with a company called Dudak. You also met with the Fish and Wildlife game to make sure that there was going to be no adverse effect on our watershed or our biological overlay over there, correct? I also wanted to just point out that I know housing doesn't fix homeless issues, but if you guys remember the Riverwalk area in downtown Vista, there's a creek that goes around there. It used to get all flooded over by Caliche Town. There was a big outrage about the apartments that were going to be built over there by Fraser Farms. It was a small area. Parking wasn't sufficient. We heard a lot about it. At this point in time, I believe that those apartments are like 98% occupied. And when it comes to the transient issues we used to have in that area, which were frequent, they've cut down a lot because we have a lot of community that has been infused into that area. I know this might send the problem down the road as far as opposed to actually eliminating it. But I do think having something in that area, which will inevitably be housing, will help with the excessive amount of unsheltered residents that currently occupy over there. So as far as I'm concerned, I would support this project with a 10% overlay for EV chargers on your guest parking, which would mean I want 3 EV chargers. That's 5% more. Well, it's 34 parking spots. So I'm rounding down. 10% is 3.4. I round it down to 3. Lucky you. If it was 35, I'd round up. So 3 parking spots, 10%, which is an additional 5% overlay from an apartment complex. But I agree, when my guests come, they might need to charge. So I could approve this with the 10% overlay for EV chargers and also a temporary always stop at the entrance until we figure out what type of stop our traffic mitigation is going in at Skyhaven. So I am not going to amend Councilmember O'Donnell's motion to continue your hearing. However, I want to make sure that my council does know, to me, this project is approvable with these minor overlays. 10% inclusion for EV parking and then immediate always stop traffic mitigation temporarily until that stoplight is put in, because I can't guarantee, but that stoplight is going to make a big deal. So I would approve it with these 2 issues. I think you guys have done your due diligence with the community. I know we're not going to make everybody happy by any means, but I really feel like we need housing, and this attainable housing, not necessarily affordable, but attainable for people who can actually buy a 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom condo, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom townhome. It's not there right now. So this product is something that's really needed. With the high interest rates, to have somebody wanting to build housing like this and provide it for the community, something I appreciate for the city of Vista. So thank you for your work. Thank you for all the scrutiny that you faced. I think that is it. I also would do all the park manager recommendations. So thank you for answering all my questions. Sorry I was so long-winded. Those are the 2 things I would change in addition to everything my council spoke about, and I would move this forward with those conditions. Thank you for your time.
So as much as I want to repeat all of tonight's merriment, I would like to see if we can, David, you want to come forward again, and let's see if we can hatch some of these things out tonight. And we've got all of our residents have come to be heard on this tonight, and I hate to bring them all out again in January when they came out tonight. So we heard a recommendation on the always stop, which I think makes sense. Sounds like, David, I saw you nodding in agreement on the suggestion from Councilmember Green on the, what was it again? 10% overlay. 10% overlay of the EV on the guest parking. And then did we have, Councilmember O'Donnell, was one of your concerns the quantity of guest parking?
No, it was the EV overlay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you satisfied with the 10% number?
I'm up next to speak. I was going to withdraw my motion.
Okay. Very good. Then I will recognize you at this time.
So for the next 20 minutes, I want to talk about, no, I'm kidding. I'm going to withdraw my motion to prolong this procedure until January 9th. I'm satisfied with an always stop, whether it's temporary or not, on the condition that there will be a stoplight in the future up the road a little bit. I'd be fine with 10% overlay on EV charging. I can get behind. I am still a little concerned that these questions weren't answered by our deputies and our firefighters to begin with, or at least approach them. In the future, if you have any other projects, I would always suggest that you go to them and have those answers ready so that they can be supportive. But But at this time, I'll withdraw the motion, and I'll make a motion to call for the vote.
So,
Can I do that? Can I do that now? Oh, I'm sorry. I'd like to make a motion. You know what? I'm just going to push this over to the next person.
That's fine.
All can enjoy it.
Let me come back to this corrugated metal business. I looked at your pictures here, and I don't see any pictures of the corrugated metal. Are you sure?
That's correct. We're not repurposing it.
Wait, what do you mean not I mean, do you have it or don't you have it? Let me hear from your
We're
architect.
getting rid of it.
Are you the architect to design these things? Come on up here. I want to ask you about this corrugated metal. Is it or isn't it? You know what I'm asking you?
The corrugated metal roof on the barn.
Is there corrugated metal exposed on the exterior of these homes?
No.
Oh, thank God.
They're Spanish.
Because let me just be clear with everybody here.
S-style concrete roofs.
What's that?
S-shaped concrete tile roof, Spanish
Okay,
exterior.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. But I'll just take this back to all the architects in your business. Some people are trying to build stuff out of third world building materials, like exposed concrete block, like just a standard center block, or exposed corrugated panel, galvanized steel. And to me, that's looks like something I would expect to see literally in the third world. And then they come up here and, oh, well, people want this, it's modern. I don't care. I want stuff that we've been building out of for 300 years because it looks good and it's the style. And anyway, this is more for staff's benefit than your own. But you understand why I got a little hot over the idea of this corrugated metal. Because we do have another project somewhere else where they put like large panels of corrugated metal, and it looks awful. So horrid. Just the worst. So I don't want to be too edgy on, I'm sorry to waste your time with this because it's not relevant to you, but I got my brand new development director here, so I want him to hear this.
Completely understand.
I don't want any of these people telling us,
Noted.
that it's like, they're doing, what on my leg and telling me it's raining because this low cost building materials. Anyway, let me speak to this. I think we've come up with some good compromises here. We do need housing. I think the in lieu fee, if you think about it for a second, council, gives us the ability probably to serve a lower income level with, our housing fund. If you think about the projects that we've built with our housing fund, they probably have served the very low and lowest tiers of income categories. And so probably the in lieu fees actually expand our ability to help people at the lowest level. So whether they build it on site or whether they give it to us and we're able to build projects that are targeted to help people even in greater need, I think it both do good. And I would just recognize that though we might have conditioned the dated offer to do it voluntarily, which I appreciate. And I think that, this represents a lower rise, lesser density, and I have been concerned about this site for a number of years. We've been talking about this for a long time. I don't know if you guys are actually, you guys going to build this thing or are you going to sell it to somebody else?
We'd like to build it. Yeah.
Okay.
So.
You going to build it?
We're going to try.
Okay. Yeah. All right. My concern is that in the future, the pressure for housing is going to get worse and worse, and we could see something come back that's even more dense here. So, I think it's a nice looking product. I will say, Mr. Architect, it's a good looking product in the drawings. Yeah, I think it looks nice. So, as long as it looks that nice once you build it, then I'd be happy with it. Deputy Mayor Contreras.
So are we going to keep the speed feedback as part of the design with the always stop as well? And to me, it's just, I have a hard time not knowing about Skyhaven and the stoplight. I really wish that that would have been information that I knew about prior to this meeting. I feel like it's really important information. And I do think that an always stop is better than nothing. Which driveway is the always stop going on? Okay. Okay. What about this other spot?
This is across the street.
Yeah, I know that's.
The younger people live here, so they can get out easier.
Always too close to the freeway.
And since there's a traffic stop, it's easier for both of these guys to get out.
I mean, I love traffic circles. It just really. I know it's really difficult.
Actual data on the intersection of Skyhaven and Sunset, because I went through all the things with Emerald Ridge. And your location that you're talking about, Mr. Green, won't be there if that project's built.
All right.
Okay?
All right.
So,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I apologize, but I've got to maintain the decorum of the meeting here. Deputy Mayor Contreras, you're recognized still.
I'm just having a real hard time. I want the affordable. I appreciate all the additional information. These are not protected bike lanes, are they? I didn't see any protection on them. Would there be an issue having protected bike lanes here for this segment? Because it's going to just be a segment?
I don't believe they're protected now, but looking back to the city engineer, would there be a problem making, no, there would not be a problem making these protected bike lanes.
I want to add that as a condition because that's going to make it safer for folks that are walking on the sidewalk. I have to think about it. I'm really on the fence about this project. Considering that there's a lot of wins here to make it better. Well, here's the thing. There's no use in furthering the discussion. We just got to make a decision on it. We've already seen this project so many times. So protected by, can someone read through all the additional, I just wish that this was 100% like in front of me because we added so many different things.
I can read it to you.
Thank you, Joe.
So the developers agreed to coordinate with the property manager of the Green Valley Mobile Home Park to provide cameras for security, signs indicating the parking is only for the mobile home park residents, a HOA parking permit stickers program, and a new block wall along the westerly property line. And keep in mind the commission condition that they provide block walls around the whole entire perimeter, decorative block walls, not third world block walls.
Thank you.
And the other condition is that we would be requiring an always stop on Sunset and Green Valley Mobile Home Park. We're requiring 10% overlay of guest parking to include EV parking spaces with chargers, so that'd be up to 3. So we would also specify that we would have 1 in the northern portion or 2 in the southern or vice versa. And then we were going to require now protected bike lanes.
Okay.
We also, staff added the inclusionary housing.
Right. And just a clarification on inclusionary housing, is that for both parcels or just one
It's
parcel?
for the entire project in total.
Okay. What's the math on that? Does
Three-
anybody,
3.42 units.
and what's the in lieu fee math? Does anyone have that?
It's $16 per square foot. So rough numbers, it comes out to about $1 million.
Okay. That's a substantial amount. where we could, and I do take your point, where we could build very low, I mean, permanent supportive housing, all these different things. So I'm sorry that you're not going to like this. I appreciate that you have come out in force. I think that this council has done, and you may not agree, but we have done really just dug into this project to try and bring as much safety as we can. I'm not sure that there's any project that would ever satisfy the folks here, which is concerning to me because we really need to be thinking about how to build more affordable housing if it's not on this site, for us to be able to do it somewhere else in the city. So you may hate me forever, but I am going to make a motion to close the public hearing and approve all the recommendations listed, as well as the conditions put forward by our planning commission. And
the EV
right,
requirement.
all of it.
And the
Yeah.
stops, the four-way stop.
Yeah, and the four-way stop. And if we could ensure that it has, I don't like this idea of temporary four-way because we don't know if it's going to be temporary or forever. So I'm not even going to pretend that it's temporary. But can we make sure that it does have the flashing beacon on it? Because this is going to be new. People are going to be speeding. I want to see a lot more focus on traffic calming. I think that there's more that can be done here. But
Deputy Mayor, with
we will
respect
add
to
that
this,
to the condition.
with respect to the stop sign, yes, we will add the flasher, but we wouldn't take it away without coming back to council. So if the stoplight is installed at Skyhaven, it would have to come back to council for us to take the stop sign away.
I don't even know if the stoplight is, if that's installed, if I would want to take away the four-way stop,
So
to
it'll
be honest
ultimately
with
be
you.
council's decision.
I think we need to figure out how to calm speeds throughout Sunset Drive. And we need to work closely with the city of Oceanside to ensure that they are as proactive and care as much about traffic calming as the city does. So anyways, that's my motion. I really apologize. I know that you're not going to be satisfied with this. But I hope that when it comes to fruition, that you can possibly enjoy some of the walking and the green space and the activation of this site.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your comments, Deputy Mayor Contreras. I really appreciate those. I feel like we've done our due diligence as a council. We put a lot of overlays on this particular project. The developers worked hard to make this work. So with that, I will go ahead and second your motion and call for the vote.
A motion, a second. I don't see any other members wishing to be recognized. Please cast your votes. Motion is approved with 4 votes in favor and 1 vote against. That will bring us to public hearing number 3, our final public hearing regarding the Clean Energy Alliance default power supply selection. The public hearing is now open. If any member of the public wishes to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature or by pressing *9 or submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Assistant City Manager Imelda Huerta will introduce the item.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight we'll be discussing the Clean Energy Alliance default power supply selection. And I would like to introduce our Climate Action Plan Program Administrator, Cassie McCarthy, who will be giving the report.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight I'll be presenting the Clean Energy Alliance power supply options for you to consider and select a default power supply option from. The default power supply will be the one that all of Vista's energy customers will be enrolled in beginning in April 2024. For some background on the topic, in June of 2022, City Council agreed to join and participate in the Clean Energy Alliance, which is a community choice energy program. The CEA offers alternative electric power options to residents and businesses currently served by SDG&E. CEA is a locally controlled and is supported by residents, supported by ratepayers, and its member agencies are able to increase their purchasing power for higher renewable energy content. In addition, the revenue from the program will be reinvested in local energy infrastructure and programs, such as energy efficiency programs for customers. Specifically for Vista, joining CEA aligns with the second measure under Strategy 5 of the Climate Action Plan, which is joining a program to increase grid supply, renewable and zero carbon electricity, which has a goal to achieve 90% renewable or zero carbon electricity by 2030. Speaking of the CAP, on October 5th, 2023, City Council held a workshop to discuss the Climate Action Plan update, which included a brief presentation on the 3 different power supply options offered by CEA. As a member of the CEA and per the Joint Powers Agreement, the City Council must determine which of the 3 options will be the default power supply that Vista customers will automatically be enrolled in once the program launches in April 2024. While customers are automatically enrolled in the default power supply selected by City Council, individual customers may elect an alternative power supply option by contacting CEA at their call center or on their website. As a reminder to Council, the 3 options are Clean Impact, which is 50% renewable energy, which has a plan to increase to 100% by 2035. Clean Impact Plus, which is 50% renewable and 75% carbon-free energy, and Green Impact, which is 100% renewable energy content. It should be noted that all the members of CEA, Escondido, San Marcos, Carlsbad, Del Mar, and Solana Beach have chosen the middle option, Clean Impact Plus, as their default, and it is anticipated that Oceanside will consider that option at their council meeting tomorrow evening. Again, whatever the default option is set at, Vista residents and businesses will have the option to either opt up to a more renewable energy content power source, opt down to a lower renewable energy power source, or if they so choose, opt out to remain with SDG&E as their power supplier. Lastly, as of July 31st this year, the participation rate for CEA service area is 94.66%, with around 149,000 customers enrolled in Clean Impact Plus, 420 of those who have opted down to Clean Impact, and 565 who have opted up to Green Impact. The table shown is an example of a residential bill comparison of 2023 rates for SDG&E, Clean Impact Plus, and Green Impact options. As you can tell from the example given, the Clean Impact option is the most economical, while the Green Impact option is the most expensive option. When these options were presented at the October 5th workshop, the council spoke about how Vista as a city would like to be a leader in renewable energy consumption, but also want to retain as many CEA customers as possible by attempting to keep the rates below or at the same rate as SDG&E. The benefit of keeping Vista customers in CEA is that all funds collected from their energy bills will be used to finance future programs for CEA customers. It is important to note that these comparisons are provided for guidance and use the 2023 rates. These example rates and fees do not reflect scheduled SDG&E rate changes for 2024, which are expected to be released at the end of this year, nor changes that CEA Board of Directors may make at a future rate-setting meeting. In order to ensure that the CEA rates are competitive and their customers are not put at a disadvantage over non-CEA customers, CEA does participate in SDG&E's rate-setting processes as well. Staff knows the importance of outreach to Vista's residents and businesses, as does CEA. That is why there will be several coordinated efforts to get the public informed of the switch over to CEA from SDG&E. These outreach efforts will be led by CEA, but city staff will be involved through each phase. Outreach will include in-person events, meetings with businesses and residents, as well as community groups. Vista residents and businesses will receive at least 4 notices related to the automatic enrollment, 2 prior to the enrollment, 1 in February, 1 in March, and 2 post-enrollment, 1 in May and 1 in June. CEA will also be sending out a letter specifically to customers who have solar at the time of enrollment, and all outreach will be provided in both English and Spanish. Additionally, city staff has coordinated with CEA to put an article about the changeover to CEA in the winter edition of the Our Vista magazine that covers November through March and is mailed out to Vista residents and businesses. That went to print today, I believe. So, based on the information presented, staff's recommendations are to adopt the City Council resolution that sets the Clean Energy Alliance default power supply option within the jurisdiction of the City of Vista to Clean Impact Plus, which is the 50% renewable and 75% carbon-free energy, and to adopt the City Council resolution that sets the Clean Energy Alliance power supply option for city-owned facilities and operations to Green Impact, the 100% renewable energy option. Setting the default for all of Vista's residents and businesses as Clean Impact Plus will give Vista CEA customers the highest amount of clean energy for no price increase based on the example rates given. In addition, it aligns with all other members of CEA, and the city will be at a better chance at retaining all of their CEA customers since the energy bills should not increase as long as the 2024 CEA rates stay similar to 2023 in comparison to the SDG&E rates. Lastly, setting the power supply option for city-owned facilities and operations to Green Impact exemplifies the city's commitment as an organization to the most renewable and sustainable clean energy option possible. Thank you for your time. I am available for your questions. We also have Barbara Boswell, the current CEO of CEA, here as well via Zoom to answer any of your questions.
Okay, and at this time, we'll close the opportunity for public comment on this item, and we'll hear from those who have requested to speak, beginning with John Bodorf on Zoom.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. I just wanted to ask that Vista go with the Green Impact 100% renewable energy as the default power supply option and for all city-owned facilities and operations. We are in a climate emergency and we must do all we can to stop the use of fossil fuels as quickly as possible to protect human health and the environment. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Thank you, staff, for the presentation. Really appreciate it. Is Barbara available via Zoom or? All right, Barbara, thanks for joining us. I know I've asked you a few of these questions before, so if they're redundant, I apologize. But I've had some concerns from residents, so just wanted to ask real quick. In relation to NEM 2.0, from my understanding, the current standards for that, if you are a solar customer, are going to be mirrored. The only difference is going to be that you can true up either monthly or at the end of the year.
Good evening, and thank you for the question. That is correct. Customers who are currently either NEM 1.0 or 2.0 maintain their grandfathered status, their legacy status, and they do have the option of either a monthly true-up or annual true-up.
Perfect, thank you. There was concern over how easy it will be to opt out if individuals wish to not be a part of this program. Could you kind of explain what that process looks like?
Yes, we have two options. One is a customer can self-serve through our website. When a customer logs onto our website on the home page, it shows the options, including the option to opt out, and the customer selects that option and enters their account information and would receive a confirmation. Alternatively, we do have a call center, and the customer can call the call center and request the opt-out through that method.
And then I have only two other questions for you. One, is there a plan to create any type of independent grid here in Vista so that way we're producing our own clean energy?
We have plans to, we're in the process of developing a community solar program, which would enable Clean Energy Alliance to offer a payment incentive to develop smaller scale renewable energy locally sited. We also have a program to offer residential and in the future commercial solar plus battery storage on their rooftops, which would be Clean Energy Alliance facilities. We would be buying the energy. The customer would have the benefit of the solar plus battery without the out-of-pocket upfront costs because they're not buying the system. They continue to pay us for their electricity. but at a set flat rate. And these are programs recently considered by our board. So in those instances, we would have locally generated renewable energy, but not really large, what you see out in the desert, for example, large solar fields. It's more small scale throughout the communities.
Okay, I said I only had 2 more questions. I lied. I only have 2 more now. So just for confirming, the California Public Utilities Commission, if they should move forward with the current standards that they have set to allow the California Public Utilities to enact a fixed rate user charge, that we will not be protected from that even if we join the community choice.
That's correct. Those charges that are being considered by the California Public Utilities Commission are related to transmission and delivery, and Clean Energy Alliance customers pay the same and are impacted by the same pricing for transmission delivery as non-Clean Energy Alliance customers.
Okay, and this is a very random question. This was a concern that a resident sent to me today. Similar to a pipe of water, by the time it gets down here, how do we ensure that the electricity that we are utilizing is actually clean if it's coming from many miles away?
Yeah, and that is a very good question. So to the and the customer is, I would say, or the question, the constituent that submitted the question, they're correct. So we're buying energy from producers throughout the state. We prefer as close to our community as within our service territory as possible. It all goes onto the grid. The way that we are, I guess, required to meet our renewable energy standards is by how much energy we're procuring and putting on the grid and contributing to greening the grid. And that's why we're implementing the programs that I mentioned earlier, where we're incentivized and trying to bring locally generated renewable energy as much as possible, and even to incentivize rooftop, because then the customer is getting their energy, solar energy, battery energy, right at their home, being generated at their homes.
Perfect. Well, I really appreciate all your answers. That is all I have for the moment, but I appreciate your hard work on this, and staff, thank you again for your presentation.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Donnell, for all those questions. I know that there's a lot of concern regarding this fixed rate. So I'm really happy that the city is going to move forward at 100% renewable energy. I'm okay with having our entry level for everybody else be 50% renewable. I just want to make sure that the city markets this like crazy. I want to make sure that people know when they're at the Moonlight that it is running off 100% clean energy, renewable energy. I think it's really exciting to have this finally be coming online very soon. I was hopeful that we would have already been part of CEA and enjoying their energy, but that will come soon enough. And one of the big selling points, one of the things originally when folks were talking to me about community choice energy, that really was just like a critical factor for me to be 100% on board, is the fact that, and I used to pull this on the council agendas, just seeing how much money that we give to SDG&E on a monthly basis, and we receive nothing in return. Now we're going to be able to, SDG&E is going to figure out this part of the transmission, but when you pay your electricity bill and you're part of CEA, you are building a better community, because we're able to take those funds. We can either, build projects or use the funding to leverage building projects and getting more grant money for it. There's so many things, from workforce development to actually having community solar to giving discounts to folks that really need it, beyond care credits. So I just want to say that thank you to this council for moving in that direction. It wasn't as fast as I wanted to, if you recall. I didn't have the support. Actually, I think Councilmember Melendez made the motion and I seconded it, and it fell flat after that. But here we are. We finally did get to agree. So I want to make a motion to close the public hearing, accept staff's recommendation, and enter at 50% renewable. Did I cover everything I needed to in that motion? Was there?
Just need to clarify that the default rate you're recommending is the Clean Impact Plus. That's 50% renewable and 75% carbon free. That was the staff recommendation.
Right.
Okay.
Perfect. That's the one. And that's it.
Councilmember Green.
$447,901. That was our expenditure to San Diego Gas and Electric, if you check the treasurer's report on C1 in 2023. No, this is a great thing. I had the privilege of serving with Councilmember Melendez on CEA initially, kind of watching it be formed and really digging into the weeds on exactly what CEA was. I hadn't heard about the actual purchase rooftop solar and storage for the customers, and they get the benefit of it, but they don't have to pay for it. Because I had to pay for mine, so hey, but good stuff. I mean, people who can't afford it should be able to. And then I also just wanted to comment on the marketing, hey, let's market the heck out of this. I like Vista's Gone Green. I mean, I don't know that it's a good thing, but Vista's Gone Green, 100% renewable energy in all of our place. I don't know. I could get a costume or something, but I love the idea of marketing it. So Fred Tracy, if you're here listening to this, once we are providing 100% renewable energy to citizens and residents and, parishioners, I want everybody to know about it. And it could be green energy. I mean, you call it whatever color you want. It's just historically, it's been called green energy. So that's it. With that, I'd like to second the motion, close the public hearing, call for a vote.
Motion to second. Seeing no other speakers, please cast your votes. That item is adopted unanimously. That'll bring us to item D1. Our first discussion item is regarding adding Chapter 2.50 to the Vista Municipal Code to establish an environmental commission. If any members of the public wish to speak on this item, they may indicate so by using the raise their hand feature by pressing *9 or submitting a request to speak card. Speakers will be called upon after the presentation. Assistant City Manager Imelda Huerta will introduce the item.
Thank you.
a
Good
brief
evening again,
presentation.
Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight we will be discussing, as the Mayor noted, the addition of Chapter 2.50 to the Vista Municipal Code to establish an environmental commission. And our CAP Program Administrator, Cassidy McCarthy, will provide the report.
Hello again. As Imelda said, everyone said, this is to add Chapter 2.5 to the VMC for the Environmental Commission. Just for a quick little background, in the September 26, 2023 council meeting, the City Council discussed the formation and benefits of an environmental commission. They directed staff to begin the formal process of creating an environmental commission. All other city commissions are codified in the Vista Municipal Code and follow the provisions set forth in the Vista Municipal Code, Chapter 2.18, general provisions and requirements affecting city commissions, boards, and committees. And this is why the city will need to update the current municipal code to include a chapter that will establish the Environmental Commission in the city of Vista. The purpose of the Environmental Commission will be to promote and support the city's climate and environmental responsibility goals and to advise the City Council and the City Manager on matters relating to environmental health, environmental conservation, environmental justice, and environmental sustainability in the city of Vista. The powers and duties of the commission will be to act in an advisory capacity to the City Council and City Manager relating to environmental matters, develop an annual work plan and presentation to the City Council, review and provide recommendations on staff updates to the City of Vista Climate Action Plan, explore and suggest outside funding to accomplish the city's climate and environmental responsibility goals, promote and stimulate public interest in environmental matters, provide a public forum for citizens to communicate their complaints, concerns, requests, and suggestions relating to environmental matters, and finally, to review and provide recommendations to the City Council on all environmental matters then referred to it by the City Council. With the information presented, it's staff's recommendation that council adopts the City Council ordinance that adds Chapter 2.5 to the Vista Municipal Code and establishes the Environmental Commission in the City of Vista. As far as next steps go, once this ordinance and the commission is approved by the council, the city clerk and the Climate Action Plan Program Administrator will coordinate to find an appropriate day or time for these commission meetings to take place. The clerk will add the Environmental Commission onto the general application for commissions. Recruitment and appointment of commissioners will align with the current annual process with terms starting in April 2024. Once the commission is staffed and has their first meeting, they will begin to develop their work plan for the next 2 years. And with that, I'm more than happy to answer any questions or comments that the council might have regarding the Environmental Commission.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Thank you. I actually have no questions. I'm happy moving this along as quickly as possible. I look forward to providing my nomination for my district. I also want to ensure that if someone who only speaks Spanish is nominated, that we are able to make the appropriate accommodations for that individual at every single commission meeting, including the ability to have all documents be translated. And with that, I move that we adopt the City Council ordinance that adds Chapter 2.5 to the Vista Municipal Code to establish an environmental commission. And I look forward to talking to my residents in District 1 to see who, I got a lot of champions of the environment over there, so I got to make sure that have good communication and find someone that's going to represent my district really well on here. Thank you.
Before I recognize Councilmember O'Donnell for a second on that, we do have two speakers. I'm going to close the opportunity for public comment on this item at this time, and we'll go to our public speakers, beginning with John Bodorf, followed by Chris Reese, both on Zoom. Mr. Bodorf.
Hello, just wanted to say real quick, no surprise to anyone, that Land for Kids is in full support of an environmental commission. Thank you.
Chris Reese. Mr. Reese, can you hear us?
I can, yes. Thank you for the opportunity.
Oh, I'm
to
sorry,
participate.
Ms. Reese.
No problem, no problem. So I just want to confirm something. This commission is advisory only based on the description, and it does not have any power to make final decision on policy. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we'll go to Councilmember Dan O'Donnell.
I don't have a ton of comment. I'm going to second the motion. I want to thank all the people that have been involved in making. Nancy, I see you're here, and I know I don't know where Joe Hood is. This is like his crowning achievement right now. But Joe, if you're listening, thank you for all your efforts in making this happen. Thank you to the council for making this happen as well. I'm very excited about it. It's a long time overdue. I think a lot of good things will come from this. To the point that our speaker, Chris, just brought up, most of our commissions do make recommendations. It is not they're not the electeds to make the final decision, but to offer us recommendations so that we can enact them as the elected body. So it's in line with everything else that we've done as far as our commission work is concerned. But yeah, I'm just excited to second this. I'm really happy that it's happening, and I'm ready to call for a vote.
Very good, and I join you in your concern for Joe. I am worried that he must have left ill for his lack of presence at this moment. So with that, congratulations, Mr. Hood, for your advocacy, and we will ask you to cast your votes at this time. That item is adopted unanimously. That will bring us to item D2, our final item of the evening, our fourth quarter financial report. which our staff always puts at the end of a very long meeting, ensuring that we will want to hear all of the juicy details. Is there some reason that we always put these last at the end of a long meeting? The dense financial material, we like to put that late at night after a lot of controversy.
Good evening,
Just
Mr.
checking.
Mayor and council
Just a
members.
question.
I would ask the city manager to address that one. I just
More of a rhetorical inquiry.
So item D2 is the city's fiscal year 22-23 fourth quarter financial report, as well as excess cannabis report. Provides a summary comparison of the general fund budget to actual results for the current and the prior years ending June 30th, noting that the current year audit is not yet complete. The audit and the annual comprehensive financial report are scheduled to be completed by mid-December, as is customary for every year. And we will have a presentation by our audit partner at the council meeting on February 13th. Actual general fund expenditures were a bit lower than the average of the last 4 years, due primarily to staffing vacancies and unspent professional services allocations. This year's percent spent was 83.1. Normally, over the last few years, it's been more around 90%. All of the general fund budget units did come in under their respective operating budgets, and that's shown in detail in Exhibit 4, page 14 of the report. In addition, actual revenues exceeded budget amounts overall at 107% to budget. While the actuals exceeded budget by a larger margin than the prior year, budget increases were made to a number of revenue estimates during the second and third quarter financial report presentations last spring as directed by council, and those are shown in Exhibit 5 on page 15. Of the largest revenues, property tax came in at 102.5%. Sales tax, actually, we increased that one and overshot slightly. It came in at 99.6. Likewise, Prop L sales tax came in slightly below the budget at 98.6. Cannabis did come in. Both of those were increased significantly, and we saw a bit of a shift, quite honestly. There was more of a shift towards services, which obviously aren't taxable, and we're starting to see a little bit of a pinch from consumer spending because of overall inflation.
You started to say cannabis did come in. You didn't finish above or below estimate.
Right. I jumped back to sales tax and Prop L. My apologies.
That's okay.
So cannabis
What about that? Joe wants to know about the marijuana money.
Cannabis came in at 154.9% to budget, or $6.9 million actual versus $4.5 million for budget. Turning to CalPERS, the preliminary investment return per CalPERS was 5.8%, and that missed their target of 6.8%. This investment return underperformance will result in larger future obligations for unfunded pension liabilities for the city. The city's estimated unfunded pension liability as of June 30th of 2023 is right around $80 million. The overall funded ratio of the various pension plans is just under 74%. Likewise, the other large city liability is the $80.6 million of remaining outstanding lease revenue bonds that are backed by Prop L. And yes, both of those large liabilities do have some coverage or financial backstops. There's $18.6 million at June 30th in the Section 115 trust, and positive Prop L cash flow with a $19.7 million reserve for Prop L. Lastly, as we discussed at the council meeting on October 24th, both components of the city's new general fund reserve are fully funded. And so in summary, the city is in pretty good financial health. I mean, we're seeing slower growth, but that was kind of by design by the Federal Reserve. Going forward, you know, we see things sustainable, but we're guarded, and the question really now becomes is whether or not the Federal Reserve has overshot and causes a recession or just a general slowdown. So that's yet to be seen. Other components of the agenda report includes recommendations for future use of the just under $15.2 million available general fund year-end fund balance. That's detailed in Exhibit 11 on pages 24 through 26. The list this year is sorted by city council goals. The largest two components by goals are homelessness and housing, and that total is 4.8 million, or almost 32% of the 15 million. And the other large one is traffic at just under 5.7 million, or a little over 37%. Those two large recommendations by staff are made up of, on homelessness and housing, a $4.5 million recommendation for funding for a future homelessness shelter. And in traffic, $2.7 million for the two roundabouts on Beaubier Drive, as well as $1.6 million for the traffic signals at South Melrose and Dawson and East Vista Way in Franklin. I mentioned the city's excess cannabis. The excess amount this year was $2.45 million. Staff has project recommendations for that money as well. That's detailed on Exhibit 12, page 27 of the report. Many of the recommendations were provided by the Community Safety Commission. Notable ones from that commission is $250,000 for preventative education programs and $250,000 for domestic violence services. Staff recommendations for the excess cannabis components include just under $772,000 for the scholarship program. That's been very successful to date, and $1 million to the safe parking program that would extend that program here at the Civic Center for another 3 years. And with that, staff's recommendation for the item is to reserve and file the fiscal year 22-23 fourth quarter financial report and adopt the resolution for the city amending both the operating budgets for fiscal years 23-24 and 24-25 and the capital projects budgets for fiscal years 22-23 and 23-24. And with that, staff's available for questions.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much, Mr. Silva, for your presentation. It's good to see that we have some extra money and we get to do a lot of fantastic things for the community. When I went through this report, several things stood out for me, a lot of things that we're going to be doing for the community, which I'm hoping the community will look at. One thing that we're doing, which I got to work with Deputy Mayor Contreras on, is work with Universidad Popular on programming our Rain Tree Park facility. And I see Araceli Nunez here. Thank you for being here. I know that what you're going to do for the community with these funds is something we can't put a price tag on, and to provide a safe space for the kids in that community. When I was there walking the building with you, I know I got a little choked up, but it's a big thing for me, and I know a big thing for Deputy Mayor Contreras. So it's a very small line item in the $15 million, but at the end of the day, that's something that I feel like is going to make a impact in perpetuity for so many families in this community. And you and your organization having the willingness and the drive to put the work in and the time in, and we're not doing it to get mansions or big cars. We're doing it to make a difference in the community, and my hat's off to you on that one. Additionally, the $720 for the restroom and drinking fountain at Paula Vista Park. When we designed that project, I felt like that was kind of a gap that we kind of overlooked. Had a lot of business owners, Mamas and Papa's owner. There's a liquor store over there just saying, hey, where are they going to go use the restroom when they go to the park? So being able to provide that amenity to the community and take the impact off of the businesses to provide, restrooms for park parishioners is really something that I think we should have initially done. And I'm glad that we had the excess funds to provide that. So I'm bummed the oak tree died, but hey, Jesus must want a bathroom over there. The one thing that I want to speak with my council about has to do with traffic projects. And there's a line item here programming $2.7 million for two roundabouts on Beaubier Drive. When we had the meeting about Beaubier Drive and we found out that, hey, the school district wants a stoplight there and they're going to put their stoplight, we kind of amended our plan to how many roundabouts that we had. But if I'm not mistaken, when I spoke with my traffic engineer, we were trying to make it a complete streets project so that it would be eligible for grant funding. I was told that we don't get grant funding for stoplights, we get grant funding for roundabouts. So reluctantly, as a city council member who didn't want to put roundabouts in the middle of Beaubier Drive, I said, well, hey, if we're going to get funding for them, I would definitely approve them. I don't want to spend $2 million on stoplights and stop signs if I can get grant funding. $2.7 million allocated here. I know we're not actually doing the project. I just don't feel comfortable allocating $2.7 million personally for roundabouts. I'm comfortable allocating that funds towards traffic improvement, but just with the stipulation that we really want staff to go about getting grants for that complete streets project. I do not feel good about putting roundabouts in the middle of Bobier Drive. I especially don't feel good about spending $2.7 million of Vista taxpayers' money to put roundabouts in the middle of Bobier Drive. So my vote and my approval of the roundabouts was like, this is the way that the new wave is going. It's the way the government's going. We're trying to keep traffic flow, and they're going to give us grant funding. So for me, I don't want to let staff off the hook. I know staff is going to work diligently to get those funds and get that grant funding, but I don't feel like we should have to earmark $2.7 million for that. The other reason why I feel like we should be able to kind of just keep that money in the traffic impact area is at the end of the year, the students from Bobier will be transferred to Beaumont Elementary School. Could be a year, could be 2 years. So we have a little time before that school is going to be active, before we have to worry about a bunch of kids over there. And, all the things we're worried about, I feel like go down over the next year with the kids transferring and them doing the renovations to that school. So as opposed to earmarking the money right now, I'd like to see if my council would be willing to keep it in the traffic impact fund area, direct staff to pursue grants, and possibly, after a year or so of trying to get grants, maybe at that time a new council can program all that money for roundabouts if they want. But that was really the only issue that I had with the funds. I love traffic improvements, and I love having money in the traffic improvement area. I know I've heard Councilmember O'Donnell talk about needing sidewalks on Sunset Drive, and we all need, different, I bet he did. But there's a lot of different things we can spend that $2.7 million on that I think would be well received by the community. So anyway, not necessarily trying to sell it to you. You don't make the decision, Mike, but looking at the financial report, that's one thing I want to do is I don't want to earmark $2.7 million for 2 roundabouts on Bobier Drive because I want a grant for it. Allocate the money toward whatever you want, towards other traffic stuff or put some towards whatever, but I want to hear what my council has to say because I really thought we were pretty clear on that we thought we could get grant funding for it. So, and if we can't, by all means, build your roundabouts, but at least try to get the free money first before we earmark it for something. That's all. Thank you for this amazing report. And thank you, City Manager Conley, for going over all this in detail with me and showing me where the funds are going. $4.5 million to build a homeless shelter. As we know, it's needed. So I'm really stoked the way the funds are being allocated. Just want to make sure that the traffic funds go where they're most needed and where they're going to, make our council shine as much as possible. Thank you.
So are you making a motion to adopt staff's recommendation with the amendment you specified?
Nah, I'm actually going to listen to my council first before I make any motions because I'm such a gentleman. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Contreras?
Thank you.
You know what? I apologize. Please forgive me. Sid Rothenberg wanted to be heard. I apologize, Deputy Mayor. We're going to close the opportunity for...
As long as I'm recognized again after that.
Absolutely you are. We'll close the opportunity for public comment at this time and hear from our one public speaker, Sid Rothenberg. I apologize. I skipped you over, Ms. Rothenberg.
Saving the best for last. Money.
Okay.
And I wondered, $30,000 for lecterns? That's in the...
I thought that was excessive too.
Right, well...
We actually just got a bid.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I am a strong advocate for seniors, not just because I am one, but also because I worked with seniors in their homes for the last 25 years of my career. It is wonderful that the city has supported the senior center for 50 years, but the center now needs additional commitment from the city to modernize, update, and upgrade it so that there will be a senior center for another 50 years. Recently, I submitted emails to the city staff and the city council regarding multiple areas in which the senior center needs attention to foster senior participation. Budgeting via the capital improvement program next fiscal year appears to be an option to address many of the issues I presented to the council on a separate handout tonight. which 4 pages of it, and you may want to put that in your CIP 2024 folder for when the budget comes up, you can refer back to it. There are 3 issue categories to consider: facility, programs for seniors, and marketing. The general fund has 3 separately identified funds allocated for the senior center. These 3 funds would serve the senior center more adequately were they to be combined into one fund, totaling $245,000. Much could be done to augment programs, pay skilled instructors, or special events, to name a few. But you're here tonight to discuss the one-time allocations of the budgetary surplus of $15 million, of which only $20,000 is devoted to senior center celebration. I ask you, does this cover a year's worth of recognition to the seniors on the senior center, 12 months' worth of marketing and public awareness campaigns, or is it a one-time gala, a one-time block party, or black tie sit-down dinner for dignitaries? Ask yourself, is $20,000 enough to adequately cover the potential gain from a 12-month recognition and celebration campaign? I envision something grander and more substantial, as reflected in the 50-year celebration ideas I submitted to the city staff and the city council members, starting with changing the city logo, which I discussed earlier with you, to the big round 50 number encircled with Gloria McClellan Senior Center, pride of the city of Vista. That would be available 385 days of the year 2024. You, the city council, have the power to change the numbers. Will you do so? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Deputy Mayor Contreras, I'm back to you. I apologize.
Yeah, no worries. So where did I leave off? Okay, so to address Councilmember Green's concerns, I actually was a little bit shocked to see the 2.7 million on here for Beaubier Drive roundabouts, because we were very clear about wanting to pursue grant funding. However, I was convinced by our city manager. I'm just kidding. No, but I had the conversation with the city manager regarding, why are we seeing this? And, there's not ever a 100% guarantee that we're going to receive grants. And the roundabouts here, I think, is a bigger safety improvement than sidewalks on Sunset. I mean, if we're going to do sidewalks on Sunset, we better be doing sidewalks to Rancho Minerva Middle School first, to be honest with you. So, city manager, if you could maybe just elaborate as to why we're seeing the 2.7 million for Beaubier Drive on here.
Sure. I tried to spread the money around all of the various goals that the council has, and I recommended funding toward any project that we were directed to complete since my time here. The Beaubier roundabouts were directed by council vote to complete them, so I figured we would put the money toward them. That does not mean we won't apply for the ATP grant. If we're successful, we can take that money and do another project with it, but it gives certainty to the project that we've been directed to build. That's the reason I put the recommendation in there.
Right. And because that grant process takes time, when do we anticipate that we would, 1, be able to apply for this particular ATP grant, and 2, hear back that we were awarded or not awarded?
The application, I believe, is in March, roughly, and we typically hear back around October, November that year. So it would be next year around this time that we would know. And then it's typically about a 3-year process to build the project through the ATP program.
Okay. And how much would it cost to have a fully engineered design so that we can ensure that we are competitive for a ATP grant? Ballpark figure.
I'm looking at the city engineer. Is that about 15% of what you usually budget? 15% of 2.7 million.
Can someone do the math for me?
$400,000.
405.
Roughly 405.
Okay, if I'm able to ask Councilmember Green if he would be okay allocating a sufficient amount of money to complete the design. I mean, does that include any, I mean, inflation's just crazy, so should we build into that figure
So
additional?
yeah, you want to say 450 to be conservative, that would definitely cover it.
450. So if I could ask, but still be recognized after.
My answer is yes, I like that.
Okay. So, yeah, I think I don't want to be at a competitive disadvantage. I want to ensure that we have the ability to have a fully engineered design for the roundabouts. I'm 100% in support of them. I have a town hall, a meeting at Sierra Vista in just a few days to review preliminary design, get some of the concerns addressed before we actually move forward with the fully engineered design. I want to make sure that we incorporate that feedback from the community. But this is a huge issue here. I mean, the speeds are ridiculous. So I just hope that if I make this compromise of reducing the 2.7 million to 450,000, that we will have the ability, if for some reason we don't get a grant, to appropriate the funding in the future. And understanding that it could be a different council, probably not because it's next year and it's, you know, before elections happen. But I seriously just want to have that commitment from my colleagues, because this is going to be a huge benefit to the city of Vista. And this stretch of Beaubier, the entire Beaubier, which has an incredible amount of schools, needs to be much safer. It needs to be safer for the parents that are picking it up and dropping off their children. It needs to be safer for the children. And sometimes we need to create traffic calming and safety measures for folks that just have our drivers that are just going way too fast and they're cutting through our community, and I'm just tired of it. And my constituents are tired of it. They want to see something done. So with that said, there's another, since there's a little bit of additional funds that are going to be available, and this is cutting a significant amount out of my district, I want to propose to the council a separate item that is in my district as well, but that serves the broader community, and that's sports park. I reviewed with the city manager the sports park, and if you're familiar with it, there's about 10,000 square feet of grass that at one point the city was considering building a community center. However, that did not move forward. What I would like to do is take funding that now we have available and do an entire design for a community center there, which would be more like a sports multiplex situation. There's not a lot of places where you can have a basketball court indoor. You know, we have Linda Rhodes, but we have to share that with Vista Unified School District. There's also the ability for the city to enhance its portfolio of youth recreation by creating a facility that allows for boxing. We have seen many successes with our local talent here. And I just think that something that was considered in the past, but that was not built to fruition, is something that we can do now with just a little bit of money, just to do the design. So I would like to appropriate a certain amount of money to do the planning, do community engagement, And also, I mean, this is another thing. We can still look for grants to help fund this project, but I think it's important for us to do something at Sports Park that completes the original vision. City Manager, approximately how much would we need to appropriate in order to have a complete design and community engagement?
You're probably looking at about another 450,000.
Okay. So if the council is open to that, another $450,000, we already have a lot of different recreational activities at Sports Park. I think it would be great to layer that with some kind of an indoor facility that has air conditioning, that has the ability for folks to do weight training and boxing and potentially play basketball. 10,000 square feet is a considerable size, and I think it really fits in the footprint because it was built to consider that. There's enough parking. So I just want to say, I hope that my council is supportive of that. And that's, I'll just leave that there because I want you all to think about that. I had questions regarding the e-bike safety training and rebate program. Is this rebate program going to be income-based?
We hadn't developed that, but sure, we can make it income-based if the council prefers that.
I will just throw it out there that e-bikes are really expensive. I would like to, I'm okay appropriating this money, but maybe at a different meeting, we can go through what the e-bike safety training looks like, what the rebate program looks like, how much of a rebate, but $100,000 I think is great for being able to do both of those things and ensuring that someone does the safety training before they can access a rebate, I think is important. And Paula Vista Park, I am so sorry. Because I was new on the council, this project was already in motion, and I wish I would have been a better advocate at that point. I should have really dug my heels in the sand and fought for a restroom there. But here we are, able to mitigate overlooking this critical factor of needing a restroom at this park. So with that, I'll go ahead and leave my comments, and I just want to see if I have council support for Sports Park Community Center planning and community engagement, and in the amount of $450,000, and full design, engineering and design for the Beau Beer roundabouts at $450,000 as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Melendez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for your comments so far. Very exciting that we have such a level of prosperity that we can think of doing more. And I always say, when you do more, you get more. But I don't think we need to do it all at once. I appreciate your comments, Councilmember Green. I see on this list already, we have funding for planning and design, right? So if we're looking at the roundabout projects on Beau Beer, it would make sense if we want to be competitive with grant funding to first and foremost invest in design. So I would be supportive of that. As for the remaining balance of that $2.7 million that was allocated, I think there's a lot of different things that we can do. Wouldn't necessarily commit to anything without continued discussion, but I appreciate the idea of, supporting our youth. I appreciate the ideas of investing in our public amenities. So I'm very supportive of that. But a couple of things on here I really just want to highlight and shout out and make sure that we recognize funding for future homeless shelter operations or facilities, that's really important to me. We know that the issues revolving homelessness are going to continue unless we plan for the long term. Cap reserve, I'm really excited about this. We had spoken about this during a meeting, previously. How can we implement our climate action plan without any funding? Because a lot of these items do need funding, and having a dedicated reserve for our climate action plan will help us accomplish our goals. I'm also very pleased to see Emerald ATP Design. We did receive $850,000 from Congressman Mike Levin in a grant to go towards design, and this additional $650,000 will complete the design phase, making us most competitive for grants because it will allow the project to be considered shovel-ready. And a shovel-ready project is more competitive for grants because when those grants are awarded, you can immediately break ground on the project. There's no additional, long-winded planning that needs to happen. I'm also very pleased to see on this list the designated left turn, protected turn on North Melrose and Ascot. There may be a few people who think that this item is inconvenient, but there are dozens of families who will be safer, and this protected left turn lane will prevent accidents and improve public safety in the area. So I'm very pleased to see that. One of my questions for this list was related to traffic calming. We see it here listed for $500,000. And this alarmed me because I was under the impression that we had fully funded our traffic calming initiative. A couple of months ago, we did have a public meeting where we approved our new traffic calming program, the petition process, and all of the updates that were provided by our traffic engineering staff. During that meeting, I had asked our city manager, do we have enough funds to build the speed humps, right? And I made it clear, this is going to be a popular program. Neighbors all throughout the city of Vista are going to be bringing forward petitions because they want speed humps on their streets. And do we have enough funds for the onslaught of petitions that we're going to have? And the answer that I got during that meeting was yes, we would have enough funding. And since then, it seems as though our engineering capacity, right, may have been overwhelmed, right? We may have gotten more results from this traffic calming program than we had anticipated, but I think it's really important to be accurate. So going forward, I want to feel confident if I ask a question to our city manager or another staff member, do we have enough funds to cover this program? I want to know with 100% certainty that the answer is a yes or a no, because now coming before us today is an additional $500,000 that I was not anticipating having to commit to traffic calming. I'm quite disappointed about that because I did pose the question at a previous meeting to safeguard against having to fund it later on. And I ask those questions with a purpose, right, to make sure we are being fiscally responsible. So, City Manager, would you please explain to us a little bit more about this traffic calming item and where some of the miscalculations may have occurred?
Sure. So the traffic calming program is much more popular than we thought it might initially be, and the need for speed humps we see is going to continue. And so my recommendation is to put some additional money into this program to make sure that we can fully fund all of the requests that are coming in. And the $500,000 is really a stopgap to make sure that over the next year to year and a half, we'll have sufficient funding to handle any of the speed hump requests coming in. Beyond that, we'll have to allocate additional money.
Okay, and I imagine, we might have a high peak of interest and then it'll eventually go down, right? There's only so much space for these infrastructure improvements. So Hopefully, it won't be too many future allocations, but how can we be confident in the reporting that we're receiving during these meetings? This process of going through our recommended uses for our year-end fund balance and our surplus cannabis tax revenues, we've met with city staff. I'm sure all of us have met multiple times and have gone over it multiple times, and there's clearly an incredible amount of work that has gone into it. So thank you so much. But I think that there are some in the moment questions that we pose during our council meetings. I just want to make sure that we leave space for being able to say that we don't know, right? Being able to say, we'll come back with more information. I would rather have to get more information later on and maybe have to determine my vote with the information that I have, or to not vote on something because I don't have the information, than to get the wrong information and to get inaccurate information. So it's really important for my values to get as accurate of information as possible, because every decision that we make, we are responsible to the public for. So I'm glad that the traffic calming program has been so robust and people are taking the opportunity to be neighborhood captains and protect their streets. But I just do want to make sure that when we ask questions about budgetary constraints, that you, city manager, are able to provide that accurate information, and if we have changes to that information, to know as soon as possible. Thank you. And outside of that, I think that it sounds like there's maybe an understanding that design for the traffic circles on Beaubier would be a priority, and then we may have additional funds to be reviewing here tonight. So I would love to hear what everyone else's thoughts on that are. Thank you.
Thank you. The deputy mayor and I may disagree on something, but that's okay. So I think we're all established that the 2.7, we can wait on grants minus the 450,000 for being allocated towards review and design. I can be on board with that. I'm fine with that. I do genuinely, just because we've all sat up here and nodded our heads yes when I talk about Sunset. We've all said it's dangerous. We've all said that you can't walk it. The speed's over there. There's families that have come and spoken to us that genuinely believe that it is almost impassable. And when I see youth or other individuals walking on the opposite side of the street where there's not even a path to go, it's concerning, because I do genuinely feel that there is a very serious need for sidewalks. Of 2.7, or if you reduce the 350 or 450,000, we can get over a mile, 1.1 mile of concrete sidewalks for just over $1 million. And so I would like to see that added into this budget, simply because it's needed. It's a critical safety area. We have people speeding there all the time. It's not passable. I do think that it would increase everyone's ability to maneuver and be out there, to have accessibility. We have a lot of traffic that even comes through Oceanside, people that live in that neighborhood that just want to take their dogs for a walk or walk their kids, whatever it might be. So I would like to see the funding for our sidewalks added in on Sunset. Everything else that's been discussed, I mean, I'd like to talk more about a sportsplex, sports park, or whatever it might be, and the cost of that overall. But, my understanding is that this would not delay anything on Beaubier as far as the roundabouts are concerned. But I do have a question. So the concern is over whether or not we'd be able to fund it. Where would we get funds from should we allocate this funding now and we not receive the grants?
For Beaubier?
Mm-hmm.
We'd have to find it. It would either be in a future year-end fund balance, or money that we could get through an earmark from a state or federal request, or some other source, but it's not something that I could identify tonight.
Yeah, and I believe the deputy mayor said that Beaumont, you would want sidewalks over there before you put them on Sunset. Is that what? Rancho Minerva, I apologize. What would the cost be, or do we have any rough estimate of what that cost would be?
The ATP project for Rancho Minerva was about a $6 million price tag.
$6 million. So for $1 million, we can get a mile. I don't think we have $6 million in this budget, but we do have just over $1 million to fund this. And so if we're not going to allocate those funds to something else, and we've already, even if we take $900,000, which is another $450,000 to design and review for a sportsplex, that still leaves us with a balance after the 1.08 million to fund sidewalks in an area that I think it's desperately needed. So I'd be interested to hear what the council says, but that's something that I'd be supportive of. So.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. So yes, I like the idea of $450,000 to design the roundabout thing. If we got to spend money on it, I will spend it on design. But I'll never vote to put roundabouts on Beaubier that we're actually paying for. I will only let them be on unless they're grant funded. So the way that I see it is, if we take 450 out of there, we're left with 2.25 mil. I 1,000% agree about that Sunset stretch. I actually went to Rancho Buena Vista High School for several years and had kids go there and went there, got a bank over there. I go down to Sunset all the time. And the speed, I know we're doing stuff to mitigate speed, but the actual walking conditions, and we talk about ATP and stuff a lot, it is really unsafe over there. So I would be fine allocating $1 million of the remaining 2.25 to get the sidewalks done over there. I understand that the ATP project at Rancho Minerva, the entire project is $6 million. If there was a way to get sidewalks, I don't know, there is the DG sidewalk that is protected by a barrier along that road there. You know, so what I'm thinking is $1 million for Sunset, $450 for design on Beaubier roundabouts, and the remaining 1.25 should be kept in traffic impact funds in perpetuity, so that in the event we don't get grant funding, our next year in fund balance, which I've been on this council for 7 years, and I've never had a year in fund balance under a few $1 million, and it's been as high as 15 million, and median's typically about 7. So I think when it comes to finding another $1 million or something, we'd be able to find it in the following year, but that would give staff the opportunity to do more work and look for more grants. When it comes to the sports complex, I'm going to be exactly where I feel like my council was. I am not allocating any more money towards sports complexes or recreational programs until I get my study back. We're spending all this money on a park study that says, what do we need? And, I don't think spending, money on a, boxing gym or whatever is something we should do until we know exactly what the community wants. So if you want to take the additional 1.25 and put it in like Parks and Rec instead of keep it in here, and maybe it'll be used for your thing, maybe it won't be, but we wait until the park study comes back, I'm fine even taking it out of traffic projects and putting it in Parks and Rec. I'm just not gonna, it's not my right, in my opinion, to allocate $1.25 million or anything for a design of any type of sports facility until I know where the needs are. So we're spending a lot of money on our park needs assessment. It's going to come back and say, hey, do you need a boxing gym? Do you need pickleball? Do you need baseball? What do you need within the city of Vista? We're paying a whole lot of money for that, and I would like to wait for that to come to fruition before I authorize staff to do any type of project designs or building of any type of park at all, or any type of park structure. So for me, I feel like, hey, we got an extra 1.25 mil on the table. We can leave it in the bank and the next year's council can spend it for all but there's no reason, like Councilman Melinda said, we don't have to do everything right now. And I feel like knowing that we have an extra 1.25 mil on the table wouldn't be a bad thing. And sidewalks on Sunset, design for roundabouts sounds like a great use of money, and having some additional park funds or additional traffic funds doesn't sound like a bad idea to me for future programming once all of the studies are in that we're already spending tons and tons of money to get. So that's where I'm at with it. I do think that sidewalks on Sunset Drive and sidewalks by Rancho Minerva would be more beneficial to the community than 2 roundabouts on Beaubier. That's my opinion. I might not be widely accepted, but that's how I feel about it. So I would actually, I think I've heard from most of my council members, I'm going to agree to accept staff's recommendation on their report for allocating the additional funds and cannabis revenue, with the changes of allocating $450,000 towards designing the roundabouts, allocating $1 million towards sidewalks on Sunset Drive, and putting the extra $1.25 million in a reserve account to be determined by the council. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
Do we even have the appropriate right-of-way to do sidewalks on Sunset?
We can do a sidewalk, a walkway on Sunset within the right-of-way we have. It probably won't meet our full standard, but it will be a safe place for people to walk.
Okay, and that safety standard is there for what reason?
It's more for the street width to accommodate lane widths and parking if necessary, or bike lane. So the parking or bike lane would not be accommodated, but within the right-of-way that's available, we could build an asphalt walkway or a full sidewalk depending on what's there.
How much would it cost to have a DG? I mean, this is a rural
Yep, that's
area.
something we could absolutely do. I believe the cost estimate of $1.8 million was 1.08. Greg, can you come up real quickly and give me some insight into what that was based on?
And I just want to say from an equity perspective, I completely disagree. This is absolutely unequitable.
Yeah, the estimate we prepared was for asphalt sidewalk. DG was comparable, but we do have the right-of-way, so there was no right-of-way acquisition cost put into the estimate. So.
Councilmember Melendez?
No, I'm sorry, I'm still,
I
yeah.
apologize. I thought you were done.
Okay, so 100% I do not agree from an equity standpoint. There's a ton of places in District 1 where we have higher pedestrian volumes that people do not have a sidewalk. So I think that's a complete oversight of this council. However, my district has a lot of good stuff in that we're appropriating for District 1. I'm going to throw a crazy idea out here, and I'm going to blame Sid on this. So, at the senior center on Veterans Day, just having a conversation, and it came to me that obviously we need a lot more affordable housing for seniors. I think that instead of putting money into some kind of reserve, we should really look at redoing the senior center and building some affordable housing there. I think that on the first floor, you could have a brand new senior center. We've been doing patchwork for years. And we can put 2 additional stories of deed-restricted affordable housing for seniors. So I would actually like to see that happen before, and I understand people on Sunset, it would be great if we could do a sidewalk there, but from an equity perspective, putting that ahead of doing some stuff for our seniors or our disadvantaged communities, I think is inappropriate. So I actually would like to appropriate that money to go to our seniors, and I'm just going to be on record that we should definitely look into building more affordable housing for our seniors, because that is the largest population. That's the largest increase in homelessness that we see. And for us to just have $20,000 here for seniors is laughable. So you all can decide on that.
Councilmember Melendez?
Thank you. I also think that it would be an incredibly inappropriate use of these funds at this time for a sidewalk on Sunset. And the reason why is because if you look at many, many other areas in the city, you can see that we need sidewalk infrastructure. To name a few, in District 3, West Vista Way, huge gaps in our sidewalk infrastructure where there are major bus lines that people need to get to, off of Plymouth through the Olive area, which is within a quarter of a mile of our Vista Transit Station. So sidewalks are precious. They need to be prioritized in parts of the community where people depend on the infrastructure there for safety and for their livelihood. There are communities throughout the city that have to walk, they have to ride their bike, and they are trying to get to accessible public transit locations. And for us to provide a sidewalk on Sunset, which would essentially be a recreational trail for the residents there, it's not an active transportation area, would be highly inappropriate. We do have a lot of needs for sidewalks in the area, whether that's Sunset, West Vista Way, Plymouth. City Manager, are there any sidewalks funded here in our year-end fund balance?
No, other than those, it would be associated with the active transportation project.
And what funding sources do we have for sidewalks in general?
It's generally state funding that we get through SANDAG or RTCIP funding that we get through SANDAG.
Majority of what we built in the last 6-8 years is all CDBG funded. Yeah.
So
for
I
sidewalks.
think we are getting way ahead of ourselves right now to put a prioritization on one strip of road versus many, many others that might have more priority for ATP purposes, equity purposes, public safety purposes. I think that because we have no designated pot of funding for sidewalks, that this is an opportunity. We're going to use $450,000 for the design of Beaubier. And then we have an additional $2.25 million left over. I understand there's a motion on the floor, but I hope that you consider this, right? That everyone considers that there's many areas of the city that need sidewalks. And we could use this money, $2.25 million, to go towards sidewalks. And as a community and with greater accountability, prioritize what's going to be the best area for sidewalks that connects people to transportation, that puts sidewalks under the people's feet who depend on walking and are not just walking recreationally. It's concerning because we don't have any type of information as to what the traveling looks like for people along Sunset versus West Vista Way, for example. City Manager, would you have an idea of how much it would cost to fund sidewalks on West Vista Way?
I don't have an estimate, but I know it's a huge cost based on the extent of the road. Do you have an idea, Greg?
I don't. There are segments along there that do have sidewalk, but there are missing segments, and I can't speak to like the length of those. You know, generally connecting to Oceanside at the boundary on the west side, we're missing some sidewalks, but there are gaps, so to speak. It would, you know.
I think that if we could all support the idea of complete streets on Sunset and on West Vista Way, and on areas like Plymouth, and I'm sure in areas in other districts as well. For example, we think we might be able to add some sort of walk path to Sunset, but our standards would actually put people right up against a road that isn't really calmed, right? So maybe there's an overall traffic calming strategy that we can look at for Emerald, or for, for Sunset, and at the same time, you know, incorporate more walking paths and stuff like that. So have a complete street sense of what are we doing for Sunset that makes sure that it has a holistic sense of safety and is competitive to the other areas throughout the city that need to have completed sidewalks, where there are also safety concerns and we need to have complete streets there. So that would be my recommendation, is we take this $2.25 million remaining and we identify what are some of the top areas for sidewalk, walking path infrastructure, and pursue those. and develop plans and work with our engineering department to make that happen. I hope you would be amenable to that, because I even just got an email from a resident who lives off of West Vista Way today saying it's really uncomfortable to drive, it's uncomfortable to walk, it's quite dangerous there. So there's dangers that we want to prevent by adding sidewalks, right? And I understand the intention there, but let's not get too ahead of ourselves and maybe use this funding strategically throughout the city. Thank you.
Councilman Green.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. So I didn't hear anybody actually amend my motion, and I do not agree to an amendment to my motion. So the motion that I made on the floor will still stand with these funds. And I want to address a couple things that were said because I get a little frustrated up here when I hear some different things. Number one, I'm very confident in reporting that I receive when I'm on the dais. I also asked the question about the speed humps and how much money we had. And at the time that the answer was given, we had enough money for all of the projects that were forecast. If I'm correct here on that extra $500,000, this is a pad for future projects. The projects that we already have, we can pay for, but you want to have additional funds for additional requests that may require unforeseen expenses. Is that correct? So the information you gave me in the report that said we have the money to pay for everything that we've talked about was an accurate report at the time. Okay. I just want to make sure because I love that my staff works so hard. I love that they provide reports. I love they give information. And I understand that the ball moves and that the line moves. And, we can accomplish everything at the times they say. But, if you get additional requests and additional petitions, whether they're approved or not, you want to make sure you have the funding there. So I appreciate having that extra funding. As far as these extra funds, I completely disagree with the comment of people on Sunset are just walking recreationally. People traverse that all the way to Rancho Buena Vista High School, that live over there on Postal Way. Some of them walk all the way there, and they walk because they have to. I don't know if you guys haven't walked these streets, but I feel like you guys are always advocating for sidewalks and walking safety and things like that. This is a place where people don't just walk recreationally. It's not a recreational trail. It's an actual street that connects Vista to Oceanside, and it's a 2-lane country road that people are actually walking to that connects our communities, that connects, the Shadow Ridge district, to my district, to your district. It's kind of a connecting road there. So I don't feel like this is an equity issue and that we're spending money on people who are walking recreationally. And I don't think that that's a fair comment because the people who walk on that street aren't just all walking recreationally. And I would assume that Councilmember O'Donnell has heard from some people who aren't walking recreationally and actually having to walk and traverse because that's how they get around. And that's why we want to make it safe. I am okay with allocating the other $1.25 million to sidewalk funds that's left over, but I feel like that should be done. That Sunset Drive stretch should be done. When we talk about equity, and you look at the funds that are spent, there's a lot of funds being spent in District 3. There's a lot of funds being spent in District 1. Just because the $2.7 million was here for the roundabouts, it doesn't mean we're taking money away from your district. None of us planned on spending that. We were hoping that we would get grant funding for it anyways. And I feel like it's only fair to be spread across the districts. All districts, all payers throughout our community pay taxes. And every single district has been given a whole lot of money and improvements from this surplus spending, which I'm sure you can see. And I don't need to go through what percentages are going to District 2 and Shadow Ridge and all of our other districts, but the truth is we're working for the city as a whole. And these funds are going to make a huge difference. And the $1.25 extra million that I'm saying we will allocate it to a reserve account of council's choice. That can go to a study. But Mr. O'Donnell, as the elected official in this area, has repeatedly advocated, and there's money on the table to make it happen. Just like there's money on the table for Emerald ATP, just like there's money on the table for Melrose Ascot Median, just like there's money on the table for a stoplight and, Vista Way in Franklin. So I stand by my motion. I would love to have a second to my motion and move on because I really feel like we are not taking away from any districts in our community. As a council, we've done our due diligence. Our city manager and our staff has provided us with a lot of great options to allocate this funding. And at the end of the day, we have $1.25 extra million to talk about how we can benefit it towards the community. And it may be exactly how you say, where we provide other sidewalks and things in other areas, but there's no doubt Sunset Drive is in need of a walking path for the residents over there and for students over there and for the community in general, and it's not a recreational path. So if I thought it was a Parks and Rec thing, again, I'd wait for the park study to see, but this is not that. So my motion stays the same. We accept staff's recommendation as is. We allocate $1 million towards Sunset, $450 towards the design of the roundabouts, and the other money goes to a reserve account of the council's choosing. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Donnell.
Yeah, I appreciate all the comments. I mean that sincerely. In my 11 months on this dais, I have never thwarted an attempt to create safety in our community. Every opportunity we've had for any road improvements to increase the ability for our pedestrian walkways, for our pedestrians to get around in a safe and convenient manner, I have fully supported. I appreciate advocating for your communities, I really do. I'm not trying to stop anybody from asking for sidewalks anywhere else. What I'm trying to do is advocate for my district and the people that have asked me to put a sidewalk in here because they don't feel safe walking down a very traversed street. And so I'm gonna stick with it. For 1.1 million, we can put a mile stretch in. And I'm fully supportive to try and find funding to put in sidewalks anywhere that we need them to create safety in our community. This happens to be one that I genuinely believe that we need. And so I'm open to the discussion to try and find other places as well, but I'm gonna advocate for Sunset because my residents have asked me to do so. And so that's why I'm here asking for it tonight. So I'm gonna go ahead and second the motion, but I'm open to further discussion in the future about sidewalks.
Deputy Mayor Contreras.
I just think it's way more appropriate to try and figure out how we can make Vale Terrace be safer. So many more people access Springle Terrace Park, access Rancho Minerva Middle School. That's not even my district. So I would hope that we could appropriate more money to our seniors in this budget. So I would request a friendly amendment to allocate of the remaining dollars, $200,000 to our seniors. And we can have that or put the full 1.2 million with our seniors. So, yeah.
Specifically to be spent on what?
Oh my gosh, there's so many needs. We just got this.
Well, but which would you allocate it to?
So, one, facility improvements. They've been out of a dishwasher for city manager how long? About 9 months. Inappropriate. I don't know what it would cost for us to hurry up and fix that issue.
So the dishwasher's being fixed. It's supposed to be done soon. I can't give you a date. I don't know if Mike knows, but I know it's being worked on. We have about $350,000 in reserves from past years that were set aside for the Gloria McClellan Senior Center that we're going to put into a capital project in the next CIP cycle. So in May, we'll include a project to renovate the senior center, considering it's its 50th birthday. But if you have an idea of what you'd like to use the money for, we're happy to oblige.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something we should maybe task the senior commission. There's so many different needs for our seniors. Let's appropriate $200,000, provide our senior commission with the ability to give us recommendations. I'm not a senior, but I know that they probably want to have more entertainment, that they probably want to have more access to different abilities, right? To different recreational abilities and events, that they probably, could have enhancement in their nutrition, that there could be more significant outreach done to Spanish-speaking population. I mean, I don't even think 200,000 is enough to cover all those needs, but at a minimum, I think that we should allocate an additional $200,000 to our seniors, and I would hope that we could amend the motion to do that. So.
Can I respond since you're asking me to amend the motion?
Yeah.
Really quick? All right. So City Manager Conley, if I allocate $200,000 more towards senior center improvements, that now puts $550,000 into the senior center improvement pot. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Could those funds be used for not only facility improvements, but also, as Ms. Rothenberg spoke, party stuff, whatever we want, as long as we're allocating it towards the senior center and senior projects?
Yes.
Okay. I would definitely accept that amendment to add another $200,000 out of these, which would drop the remaining funds going into a reserve account that the council can speak with the, city manager about, to $1,050,000 in reserves. And then that puts another $200,000 towards the, as long as my second would still approve.
Can we just make it an even 250?
Let's go. 250.
Million?
Is that good? 250? Okay. So we're going to allocate 250 of the remaining, which leaves an even million to go into a unspecified reserve account in the future. That's my amendment. Accepted.
I love that, and I just want to continue speaking on the equity piece. It's not to say that because we're investing X amount of dollars in districts that are deficient of funding for a very long time, like, there needs to be a more dynamic understanding that we have, and I'm not going to put the blame just on, this council. I mean, it's just like generations of not investing in certain parts of our neighborhood, which is why I'm glad that we do have a council now that wants to take that into consideration. And I do believe that there are instances of folks that use Sunset because they walk where there is no safe path right now because they have to. But as a proportion, when we're looking at compared to other parts of the city where folks are walking at higher rates, that's what I want you to understand about equity. So I have to make that clarification. Also, another thing, one last thing, okay? I think it would be super cool if the city were able to connect its downtown better with micro transit. Because right now, Area C of our downtown is totally disconnected from Area A and B. And I'm curious to see, I'm just going to throw this idea out there, if there could be something that we could do that generates revenue, helps our local small businesses be resilient, and improves the mobility overall, not only of residents of Vista, but also folks that are trying to connect to our downtown through the Vista Transit Center. So I know I already, strong-armed you for one amendment, but I just got to throw that out because these have been really successful in other cities. And while I have the ability to kind of have a free-form conversation about the budget, I would love to be able to see maybe in the future the council can talk about figuring out some micro-mobility with the additional money that's going to be left over. I think we're in a great spot that we can argue about $15 million plus. I'm going to, be supportive because I see a lot of wins in here. And I'm just not super excited about the Sunset because I think there are so many other critical infrastructure needs in other districts, not even just including my own, but and the fact that we don't even have enough space to have our own safety guidelines met. And And I personally I want to say I like the DG sidewalks. I think they look nicer than the asphalt for some congruency of the rule. I like him off of Foothill, right? They look really, really nice. And I feel like that almost fits the community character of Sunset a little bit better. So I just got to throw that piece out there because the asphalt can seem a little janky sometimes. But a DG path looks clean, it looks professional, it looks like there's not like a thought like, oh, is there a part 2 to this asphalt sidewalk? So I would just hope that we would take that into consideration when we're looking at the aesthetic, since we're not 100% within the guidelines of our safety parameters to install on Sunset. So I had to get upset because I really am a strong proponent of equity in the community, but I do know that, you know, there's different needs in our community. So, and all of us have to come up here and fight for what we want. So I'll be supportive of that, but just keep in mind, micromobility, connecting our businesses better, and appropriate design to match the community character of Sunset, to have DG, a nice DG path versus asphalt. So thank you. I appreciate all of you.
All right, it's past 10 o'clock. I'm going on 18 hours today. Councilman Melendez.
I have compassion for you. I feel the same. I don't want to be here for
I'm
much
not doing
longer.
council comments today.
But we are opening up a little bit of a can of worms. I think that it is intellectually dishonest to suggest that the mobility activity on Sunset is comparable to the mobility activity on West Vista Way, on areas that are more dense, like on Plymouth. And I think that this is where I would just challenge my council to think about equity when we have the opportunity to not just advocate for our districts, which is our role and our responsibility, but when we vote here, we make decisions for the entire community. And I said before, we don't need to do everything at once, right? We can set aside funds and really use them strategically. With the remaining funds available, I want to see if I can advocate for further mobility and safety for my neighbors. City Manager, would you have any idea how much it would cost to complete the sidewalks on Plymouth? There are some sidewalks, but they are very sporadic, and it's only a short span on that street. No clue? Any
yeah, I'm
thoughts?
sorry, I don't have any idea on that.
Any like ballpark idea?
Yeah, I generally don't. Yeah, sorry.
I'm hearing an appetite for the whole council, and as the one guy that represents all 4 districts, I'd like to see the pedestrian counts on all of these pathways and see where the demand is really the greatest. I support the motion, but I think maybe we want to come back and have I hate that. I think maybe we need to study at another $500,000 to decide where we need to spend money on sidewalks. I hope it doesn't have to be $500,000, but maybe we need to invest some thought into where is actually the highest priority. But I think we could talk about this for
We could, and
some hours to come.
We could, and I am trying to avoid pulling Sam, our traffic engineer, up here to get more detailed information. I don't think we necessarily need a study, but we need to be honest about if we have $2.25 million, can we allocate it to sidewalks? If there's an appetite for sidewalks, can we allocate it in a way that is more fairly distributed and is cognizant of how people are moving throughout our community? That would be my plea. In general, I support most of the things on here. And Councilmember Green, I wanted to also say that I agree with you about the Parks Master Plan. I don't think it's appropriate, Deputy Mayor, to start funding a design when we are about to endeavor in this parks master plan. So, things I think can happen incrementally, but when we don't have equity in mind, we end up funding a mile of sidewalk and then maybe 10 years down the road realize that that money could have been used in another area. I would hate to have those regrets. So it's hard for me to agree with, the whole motion that's there tonight. I wish that we would just be willing to wait and continue to work together. Well, we've committed to working together. And I just see that we can have a better intellectual exercise about what we do with that remaining $2.25 million, in my opinion. And in good faith, I am asking that we consider the plethora of sidewalk infrastructure that is needed in our community. And if we have an opportunity to allocate it somewhere, that we are reasonable and we work together to find the priority that works for the whole city. I would like to avoid having to reach into our traffic engineering expert staff. I think our staff works really, really hard. But I think I've made all the arguments that I can that we have funding available that could be used for sidewalks. I'm open to safety and mobility on all of our streets, not just District 3. Some of the infrastructure that I was advocating for on the previous conversation we had in front of Green Valley, that was in support of the residents on Sunset as well. Traffic calming on that entire strip. So those are my thoughts. I appreciate your consideration.
I'm going to make the first real motion to call the question that I've ever seen in 9 years. So unless two of you raise your hand to object to it, we're going to proceed to immediately do a vote. Seeing no one raising their hands, we're going to proceed to a vote on this item. Okay, very good. Now, if members of the council would like to stay in the chambers and make comments on the record, please do so. But by unanimous consent, we're going to adjourn tonight's meeting.
I actually do want to report on North County Transit District. I'm part of the executive committee, and I started my day doing interviews.